Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we play more of Digimon World, and before starting to say the things about the game, I gotta say that I'm very worried about my computer tonight. I don't know if it's going to run the game very well, hopefully it does. Yesterday we were already starting to see that it's been very slow during the Roller Coaster Tycoon Deluxe stream. It is not looking better today, so we need to see if it can handle it. Hopefully it can, but maybe for this very start of the stream, while it's still getting used to the stream or something, we may be having some issues, but hopefully not. So let's test it out. But regarding the game, last time we were able to miraculously register a new Digimon, which was Giromon, and today we will go for another cycle because we are still trying to get all of the Digimon registered and also all of the attacks. We are still missing 2 attacks and I would say less than 10 Digimon. Maybe I should say 9 because we do have one item that will give us for sure a new Digimon. It's going to give us Etemon, but I'm saving that item for a moment where I get a champion that I can't do much with him. So when that time comes or when that happens, we use that evolutionary item so we can register Etemon. But for now, hopefully I can start a whole new cycle with new promises, like with new possibilities. And then Etemon is like our last shot if we get stuck in a dead end. But yeah, here it's Suranauza. How are you guys doing? Like I was saying, I'm worried about my computer, but hopefully we can still have a good stream. How were your weekend or how was your Sunday? Alza is saying that he's running out of all of the emotes. Do you mean the channel emotes? Maybe because last time when we were having the predictions, the channel predictions, you decided to go kinda all in, right, with your ores. And you predicted or guessed that I would not get a new Digimon, but who knows how it happened though? We did get a good Digimon in the end out of nowhere. So thanks to that, I imagine you don't have a lot of ores anymore, right? And then you can't redeem or get the emotes. But don't worry, they are not too expensive for you to get them again. So I don't think you can be with another one very soon. I still stick by my offer from a year or so to make a substantial contribution if you ever make a PC upgrade fund. Well, I will need to work on that because I don't understand anything about computers. I don't know how much they cost like today. So I will need to make some research on that. But definitely it's something to consider, even though this computer for most days has been doing well or like not giving us much trouble. This weekend, I don't know what happened. I don't know if this is the new extension we were testing yesterday that's making it super slow. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm not sure. But yeah, it is looking very bad. But like I said, I will see how it goes when I start the game. But on my testing here before the stream, it was not looking any good. For example, earlier today, since I'm seeing Ultras right there on the chat, I was trying to watch Ultras and Pilot streams because they both were streaming earlier today. I couldn't. My browser was like, pick one. So the pages were not loading. But I'll need to also investigate it further because maybe it's a, I don't know, a minor problem that I just need to find it. It's not like something that bad. But so far, yeah, it's been kind of bad or very slow. That's the Sovalaki, the Greek look-alike of a not a Kafka. You said it was like a kebab, right? The Greek kebab kind of thing. So Ultras, I'm kind of worried about opening that link today because my computer is not looking good. Um, Try sending it to me on like a private message on Twitch so I can try checking it on my phone because opening links today I think it's not a good idea because my computer is looking very bad. But that's what you are having tonight, right, for dinner? Oh, you still have 50k left, so you're good. You just need to claim them again. You had a lot hidden in the stash, so never mind. I was underestimating your biddings. I was thinking you went all in last weekend. So good call. You were still saving some. You gotta still save some ores in there. Hoping to get a new computer next month. Oh yeah, you also struggle to get to stream some more recent and modern games, right? And then you should make your stream a little more flexible. When I was by Pilot Stream, he was also doing some testings in there, but he was streaming from his Xbox. And his stream was okay. It had a couple problems, but overall it was doing well. The only problem was that because the game he was playing, which was a Halo game, I think it was Halo, if I'm not mistaken. Because of that, it had a lot of action. So you gotta also have a lot of FPS going on, because otherwise the images are going to look pixelated. So I told him that for some moments it was getting pixelated, maybe because of the FPS. A while ago, I installed the team extension. Your CPU or RAM was at 100% all of the time. You know what? Maybe that has something to do about it. I'll need to test it. But yesterday, even though the computer got slower, it was still working, let's say, quite well. Tonight, I'm a bit concerned, but we'll see how it goes. And if it goes bad, then I will try removing it and see if it gets better again. It's a good thing you were hearing the fan out loud, otherwise you wouldn't know. I see, so your computer also gave you signs that your computer was working too much. I'm always taking a look on my desk. Wait, task, right? On my task manager, I have a small window of it in here. I have my game, I have the task manager, I have the stream uh, activity feeds, like the chat, the actions, and the feed itself. And I have OBS, everything on my monitor. Everything is like on a decreased size window, so I can look at everything when I need. But yes, good call that you could hear the fan. So CPU just does not at all handle it. It's really redlining. I have definitely I have definitely outgrown it. And it is old anyway. My computer is an old computer now that you guys are mentioning that. Oh, you see? I was trying to change the cursor in there. It has some sort of delay or a sound echo. Yeah, the game has some problems right now. But my computer is old. I think this is a 29 computer or something. Either 29 or 2010. Okay, so how is this like? Okay, now that I'm in game, it is coughing a bit, but it's not as bad as what I was thinking, to be honest. But it is having some coughs. But like I was also thinking, the more I play this game, or the more time I tell the computer that I want to play this game, the better it feels. You see, now it's not coughing that much anymore. So I think it'll be alright from now on. I just need to be careful regarding opening websites or starting something that could make my computer slower. But yes, I think that now my computer knows that I want to play the game, so we may be good. Also, hey Young, how are you, man? I whispered you, but it's not important, but I wanna see your dinner. I can also try showing it on stream. Yours is a little newer than that, but it's still crappier. The biggest issue about my computer is that it's an all-in-one computer. So basically, it's not supposed to be a gaming computer of any sort. It's even a television. I have a remote controller for me to change it into a television, even though I kinda never use it. And it had a built-in webcam, a built-in mic, which is the one that I'm using. Oh my god, man, it looks amazing. You even made some fries, and is that fresh mayo? This is Ultra's dinner today. It's like a kebab, but it's Greek. It's looking really good. I was going to eat some snacks before starting the stream, but I didn't have time for that. My parents decided to cook some delicious things in here. My mom baked a cake, and my father was cooking some corn, so we could eat some corn in a cob. But I will save them both for after the stream now, so hopefully I don't feel a lot of hunger, right? It's been interesting, but it's been good. There we go, at least you're not saying it's been bad times considering everything. How are you doing? I'm doing alright, I'm just a bit concerned about my computer tonight that's not looking at the best. Oh, that's actually a different sauce, it's like tzatziki sauce? What is that made of? Is it spicy? Is it citric? Sweet, maybe? Now that made me hungry. I need to be careful because, like I said, I have food at home, but I haven't eaten it. So I also need to be careful to not feel too hungry. It does look great, Ultras. Good job, man. So tzatziki is a plain yogurt, so it's more fresh, right? Preferably Greek. I told you earlier on our stream that I haven't seen many Greek-based restaurants in Brazil, but definitely I have seen a lot of those Greek yogurts in here, which are pretty much very plain yogurts. They don't have like a lot of flavors in my opinion, which has less fluid and it's more thick than just pureed garlic and cucumber. Okay, so it's a bit like it does have some strong flavors, mostly thanks to the garlic, and then the cucumber is just to make it fresher, right? And then that's all you need for a good one. Yeah, it is not spicy, but really heavy on the garlic, yeah. It tasted still the next day garlic. Jesus, it's because its freshness will intensify the garlic taste. It's like brushing your teeth with like a garlic toothpaste. That's how I'm imagining it. But if you like garlic, then it's delicious. And the cucumber is really good. Yeah, it does add some freshness to it. Today we're lazy, but normally you shred the cucumber onto a towel and then you squeeze all of the water out of it. That's a lot of work. Do you throw the water away? Or do you use it, I don't know, into something else? I'm guessing you throw it away, right? Because good tzatziki should be pretty thick. Like you can hold, or it can hold a spoon up. I see, just like, how is that called in English? I was doing that for my lime ice cream once. When you have like the... How is that even called? You have the egg, and then it has the yolk, and then it has the white part. I forgot, I think it's just called white, maybe? I'm not sure. And then you need to mix the white part of the egg a lot until it gets into a cream, or like a... until it gets like to a certain texture. Okay, so I was right about the name of that being white, and that's the name, yes, the meringue, right? Yeah. So I'm remembering the meringue the day I was doing it myself for the first time, and that's the texture I believe you are talking about, right? When you kind of turn the bowl upside down and then nothing falls from it. Which, by the way, I should work again on making another ice cream, because I have been craving ice cream lately. And speaking of ice cream, look who showed up. Hey Victor, how are you, man? Have you been enjoying some vanilla ice cream lately? Or have you been dreaming on Joe Dancing's eternal favorite ice cream, which was blueberry cheesecake? How was it again? Blueberry cheesecake and waffle cones or something? We need to ask her again because it's been a while. But how are you, man? Hopefully you have been doing great. The Steve Peaks. Italian meringue is something else, I love it. You have to melt the sugar into a hot syrup, and then you run your mixer to make the meringue, but slowly streaming the hot liquid sugar. And then it makes it more marshmallowy. That's actually something else that needs to become more popular in Brazil, marshmallows. Be right back, I'm grabbing green tea ice cream. Oh yes, that's why I was craving ice cream, because you were having that yesterday. That reminds me that I need to make my vanilla root beer float. You're making some root beer in there? Or do you mean like you are, I don't know, getting some pre-made root beer ready for you to drink it? But I'm guessing from what you said that you are making your own homemade root beer. That's quite awesome. And Victor has been enjoying the vanilla ice cream. Why am I not surprised on that? Yes, I wish I had ice cream now. It's been a long time. But you know what I wish I had more than ice cream? Açaí. Yes, I miss eating açaí a lot. So Angemon hasn't returned yet. So now that it's been 20 minutes of stream, do you guys think that the stream has been okay considering the situation of my computer? Is it too bad? Should we keep on going like this? Because yes, we are having some PC problems today. No, I could say Eki as well, but I prefer saying açaí or açaí. Eki sounds like a horrible name for it. So actually Victor had vanilla ice cream a few hours ago. Yeah, yesterday was a very lazy day to me. Today I'm feeling better regarding my energy, but yesterday I was very lazy, mostly because of the Brazilian barbecue I had for lunch. Today I had that as well, but I was more maybe ready for it because I knew I would be eating the leftovers on the next day. But yesterday I ate a lot and then I felt very lazy. Yeah, Ultros was playing some Tiny Toons for the Super Nintendo. He tried to show me the NES one, but I couldn't see it, unfortunately. And he was also playing Contra. Could you get to a PB? Because by the time I was there, you almost got a PB, but then you were very unlucky on the last boss. But even though you had a very good run on that time, even if you got unlucky, it was still a pretty good run. Yeah, so far so good, I don't notice anything. Okay, so I will keep on going. But I'll definitely need to investigate this further for next weekend. But it is kinda getting some hiccups, you know? Oh, okay, so Z is not like working on his own root beer, he's just getting it ready for him to drink. A can of root beer into a glass with a scoop or two of vanilla ice cream. So that's why the vanilla ice cream talk reminded you of that. To be honest, I haven't heard of people drinking beer with ice cream before. That sounds awesome. But there are some alcoholic drinks that could have ice cream actually, right? I can't remember the names, but besides those drinks that people like to make that mix juice and sometimes syrups as well with alcohol. Maybe I have heard of only one that had like some sort of ice cream, but I can't remember which one it was. But like with beer itself, that's the first time. But like people mixing it with vodka or something else, I have heard about it before. You had another good run, but then it got screwed up again. Don't worry, man, you are getting to the good run, so eventually you'll definitely get your new PB. That reminds me of an old joke. How do you make a dead baby float? Wait, isn't it going to float regardless if it is dead or not? Like, do babies sink? Honestly, I'm not sure now. Like, I have the feeling that babies will be floating regardless, dead or alive. So those are called the root beer floats. Let me ask my alcoholic roommate. Jesus, he's really an alcoholic. I'm not a very good reference regarding alcoholic drinks because I don't drink. Some years ago, I was trying margaritas for the first time ever. And even though I didn't think they were too bad, I thought that the flavors were very exaggerated. Plus, I couldn't stand the freaking salt on the cup. That it seems that you gotta, I don't know, lick that salt before drinking the alcohol. That salt was the worst. Like, why would I taste that, you know? So I was a bit disappointed because normally alcoholic drinks are super expensive, and when I finally tasted it, I thought like I would rather drink a juice, you know? It was not worth it. It was not like horrible, but I was expecting something extra amazing and fantastic regarding the taste, because that's how crazy people go for alcoholic drinks out there. Maybe more to become drunk, so they can like, I don't know, lose themselves and feel more freedom, or you know, feel more comfortable or something. But yes, I felt like alcoholic drinks were a bit overhyped, considering the reactions of people plus how expensive they are. So I was a bit disappointed when I tried the margaritas. I liked them, but I was like, this is a bit too much, you know? So 2 scoops of ice cream and 2 scoops of that baby. Oh my goodness, Victor, seriously, man? Ultras does love margaritas, but he doesn't know why it became a tradition when he goes to Montreal, which is a city not known for margaritas at all or anything. It just became a thing we like to do. I can understand what you're saying. There are traditions we kind of put to ourselves sometimes. For example, there is this location, which is my favorite location in Rio, called the Sugarloaf Mountain. When I used to go there, I always ordered a guaraná, which is like a syrup. Actually, it's like a berry, a Brazilian berry that can become a syrup, and then that syrup can turn into a soda. Normally, it's mostly well known like a soda. Some places in the U.S. even have it. But I was ordering the guaraná syrup, and I like to mix it with orange, like orange pulp, or sometimes strawberry, when they didn't have orange. And every time I went there, I like to drink that. It's like a tradition I gave to myself for no reason. Like I can find guarana everywhere, but when I go there, that's what I really want to drink, you know. And fun fact, guarana soda is my favorite soda. Even though I avoid soda today, it's my favorite. So he just owns like 95% of alcohol and he keeps buying them, but he keep going to the soda shop for us, so I can't complain. Wait, what the heck? He owns 95% of alcohol? Oh, are you talking about the drink you guys made in there? Then I go to the US to visit my friends and Applebee's. By the way, I have been to Applebee's Brazil. It was bad. So I did not like the Applebee's we had in here. And also I don't know what to do with this Digimon, by the way. I got him because I was like hoping and dreaming to get an Angemon, but I need to think what I should do in order to achieve such a thing, right? What did I do last weekend? I think I went for HP, MP, and if I'm not mistaken, I went for... Was it offense? But first of all, he needs to become Etemon. You know what? I'm going for offense. Because I believe if I give him offense, he will turn into Etemon at the very least. And then after he turns into Etemon, I should change the strategy. Because if I keep on giving him offense, he may turn into Tyrannomon probably. But first I will try getting my Etemon. So Ultros went to the US to visit his friends and Applebee's. It has like effing $1 margaritas. That's not a bad price. that never been smashed of $9 before. Do you mean you haven't found them under $9 before? So 95% of the alcohol of the house, he normally has a shot or two or like a beer after he gets home from work. Oh, I see. So that's why you think he's kind of like an alcoholic. But not immediately, but he drinks because it makes him relaxed. Yeah, I can understand that. Some people like to smoke to feel relaxed. Everybody kind of may have their own ways of like relaxing, right? Some of them can be thanks to addicting drinks or things. But yes, everybody will find a way to feel relaxed by the end of the day. I just hope that he doesn't drink too as excessively that really ruins his own health, you know? From what you're saying, he does love to drink, but I'm still thinking he doesn't lose control over it. No, I mean, I have never spent. Oh, I see, I see. You have never spent only $9 to get smashed before. To get smashed, you mean like completely effed up. I see, I see. That was a very cheap place. Like, Applebee's in there at least gave you very cheap drinks. In here, the last time I tried the margaritas, because I tried it 2 times, was in Outback Steakhouse. And I don't remember the price anymore correctly, but I would guess it was around 50 reais, which would be $5. No, no, not $5. Wait, $10. Yeah, I think it would be $10 or something close to that. 10 American dollars. But like I said, I was not a big fan of it. I just wanted to taste it to see how it's like, and then that was it. Oh, by the way, Victor, since you are here today, let me ask you my Swedish word of the day. Did you know, Victor, that we got another Swedish person to the channel? It's Kyobi. Kyobi was here yesterday and he's also Swedish. He helped me with another word which was milstolpe, and he told me it means milestone. But the one I want to ask you today is this one. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing this, but it's something called Dilad Enhat. Could you understand that? Dilad Enhat? Or maybe Dilad Enhat? Something like that? Maybe it's a location? Also, hey Sabru, how are you, man? Oh yeah, no, he definitely doesn't. Last time he got drunk was the weekend of St. Patrick's Day. I believe your friend would love to go to, I don't know, Oktoberfest, right? I don't drink, and I go to the Oktoberfest that happens in my apartment city, and I do have a lot of fun in there. So imagine people that like to drink. And speaking of drinking and alcohol and also things that, for example, I don't drink, but it's related to drinking and I still enjoyed it. Recently, I watched the movie. I even talked about this movie before, so I'm going to recommend that movie to Z and his roommate. It's called Drunk Another Round. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It is about drinking and people testing their own limits towards drinking and how does it affect their lives and their even like jobs. So it's very interesting. It was a very good movie. It even gave me a lot of messages, even though I don't drink myself. So I imagine that if you drink or if you like to, if you like alcoholic drinks, you will even get a better comprehension or like you are going to relate even more to that movie than I did. So I hope you guys can check that movie out. I think it won the Oscar for Best Foreign Movie because it's a Danish movie. So he got drunk. It was the weekend of St. Patrick's Day. And to be fair, we all three of us were drunk that day. Okay, so there we go. He has some good control over the amount he's drinking. And the only time he got really drunk, everybody got drunk, so it's forgivable, right? Yeah, he doesn't go too far. Nice to hear that because it is important to have control over your addictions. Did you say I did say that? Did you understand it? What is that? I tried to say the lad and hat. Yes. No clue what is that. So I said that I would go for HP, attack, and MP, right? Oh, you don't drink either. I have a observation though. The only alcoholic drink I drink a little bit, and this is going to sound funny because every time I tell my friends about this, they laugh at me or they make jokes on me, is like, how is that called in English? Oh my god. Is it? No, it's not. It's not sparkling water. That's not alcoholic. So I'm going to give you the reference name because I forgot the, let's say, better name for it. You know champagne, right? But champagne is pretty much that drink when drunk, or when being drunk, in the location, if I'm not mistaken, in France, because it's from that place, right? But of course, if you're drinking that drink in other place in the world, it has a different name, if I'm not mistaken. I like to drink that when it's like the New Year's Eve. But it's only that, like I normally don't drink anything else past that. But I don't remember how it's called in English. Because I know if I say champagne, people will say that no, but you are not in France to be drinking that, you know? So I know it has a secondary name that I forgot. Maybe it is a wine or some sort of wine. Oh, the lad and hat means the shared unit? Interesting, so the two freaking words of Swedish I learned this weekend are regarding units. Like this one, and also yesterday, which was the word for milestone. Milstolpe. Huh, that's a coincidence. Is it the fruity drink? No, the fruity drink would be the sparkling water, right? My sister loves those fruity sparkling waters. Maybe it is called the sparkling wine, maybe? You know when you're watching like Formula 1 and then after the race everybody gets a champagne bottle and then they open it? That's the drink, but I have heard before that if you use that word, it is kinda incorrect because only if you are in the location in France, you can say it because that's where it's original from. It's like a BS. Here in Brazil at least I refer to it like champagne with my friends and family and everybody gets it. But because I have heard of that, I try to be careful because maybe in English it has a different name that fits it better than the one that I use, right? But it's pretty much that drink that it's common in New Year's Eve and everything towards the end of the year. I drink a little bit of that because of the celebration and then it's like the mood for it. And I'm not gonna lie, last time I drank that, I got a little bit drunk, which was something new to me. Maybe because I drank like 2 to 3 glasses of that. Which is the same as champagne, just made elsewhere. Exactly, so it's called the sparkling wine. I'm going to write that down. I maybe was trying to remember it when I said the sparkling water, but yes, it was not a water. Do you guys like that drink? Because it's the only one I kinda drink. So you only like Mike's lemonade or whiskey? Is Mike's lemonade like an alcoholic drink or is it just lemonade? Lemonade is my favorite juice. Or maybe I should say limeade because here in Brazil limes are more common than lemons. So a limeade is my favorite juice. Actually, we do have limeade at my place. My father did it, if I'm not mistaken, on Friday. So I'll be having that for dinner. It is like hard lemonade. Oh, it is both. It is lemonade with alcohol. That sounds a bit like the Brazilian popular alcoholic drink, which is called caipirinha. It is a lime alcoholic drink. You pretty much mix um, sugar, a sugar cane alcoholic drink that's called cachaça. Then you add some lime juice and some sugar, if I'm not mistaken. And then you can have the caipirinha. It has to be made in champagne to be called champagne. Exactly, that was the BS I was remembering right now. But that's the drink I like to drink. I think that's what it is called in English, but I may also very well be wrong. No, I do think you are right, because when I was trying to remember another way to say it, I also thought on wine and the sparkling water, so it is around those lines. You have never had champagne? It is good. Uh, it has a weird taste in my opinion, but I don't know, I do like it a little bit. It is a very weird taste though. If you get rid of the alcohol, it sounds tasty. To be honest, Victor, yes. So far, I do still prefer juices and non-alcoholic drinks way more than the alcoholic drinks I have had. Although I still need to try drinking something made out of rum, because my favorite ice cream flavor is rum and raisins. And my friends, they keep on telling me that I would like rum, but they only were able to give me something else. I don't know if I'm going to say this alcoholic drink name correctly in English, but I think it's called amarula. Do you know what's amarula? That's the Portuguese word actually, but I'm hoping it has the same word in English, maybe not. Which was a very sweet alcoholic drink, and I still gotta try rum. But once again, I may get disappointed too, right? When I finally taste it. Now you're thinking about it, you don't think you have ever had it. Try it if you have the chance, the sparkling wine. It is interesting, it has an interesting taste. But you know where you work they have it? It's probably going to be a bit expensive though, so save it for a celebration or for a special moment. Victor doesn't like it, it tastes of alcohol, which is such a horrible taste. I'm with you on that, man. Yes, I'm with you on that. The taste of alcohol is not something that I really love or something. But at the same time, I was blocking myself to try new things, right? By assuming that I wouldn't like some alcoholic drinks or even some alcoholic made food. For example, there are many dishes, especially risottos, that get alcohol in the recipe, right? So lately I have been trying to be more open-minded to taste new drinks and to taste those dishes that have alcohol in them. So far I can't say I have been very impressed by anything, but also I didn't hate them all. Like I was saying earlier, the margaritas were okay, like it does have a certain taste. I just thought the taste was too exaggerated, especially considering how sweet it was. It was like a sugar bomb. And how crazy I felt like regarding the salt on the cup for, I don't know, prepare your taste or your tongue for the alcohol or something. I don't know, that salt on the cup was like horrible, but some people do that. I think it's a tradition or something. But it's not something that I hated, you know. I could see myself trying it again. It's just that it feels not worthy. Oh, wait, you are already digivolving? I feel like I didn't train him at all. But yes, I think it's not too worth it for its price, you know? Yes, I feel like not paying for a shot, you know, of something that I would rather drink a juice or a soda. That's way more cheap. But you have had sparkling wine before, and then you got drunk off it. I agree. I also feel like I got drunk 2 years ago when I drank it. I can't say last year because last year I was in my apartment during the pandemic, and then never mind. I mean, no, no, no. This yeah, it was still last year. I was thinking on like January 2020, but December 2020 I did not drink it, but on January 2020 I drank it. Yes, that's when I got drunk. But you haven't had it since then. Yeah, the last time I had it was in January 2020's New Year, right? You were only 15 when you got drunk from it? Was it during New Year's Eve as well? Do you remember the event? Or was it like out of nowhere? But yeah, if I drink alcohol, it's only once a year and that's it. But regarding beer, yes, I couldn't like beer at all. I know there are many different types of beer, but it's so bitter, it's so bitter. But I'm not gonna lie, also the idea of getting drunk is not appealing to me. So it was you and a friend. Let's not get into that rabbit hole, okay? I guess you guys were getting wasted. But yes, that was the drink that I drink sometimes, or at least once a year. Maybe it is more like a tradition of Brazil than in other countries, because in here, every family will try to get one of those sparkling wines for New Year. And then because um, everybody wish each other like best wishes, and also they, how is that called again in English? The cheers? Is it just cheers? Like when everybody is like cheering uh, their glasses, you feel like isolated, right? In case you don't drink that. So I'm like, okay, give me a glass, give me that sparkling wine so I can cheer with you as well, and then we do that. It is a thing in there as well, Victor. Oh, your friend was a bit crazy, Zion. Are you guys still friends though? It is cheering, right? The name for when two glasses are like uh, touching themselves in a celebration. At least that's the word you say when you are going to do that. But maybe the action has another name. Oh, Nosy, I'm sorry to hear that. She passed away 7 years ago. Okay, maybe she was indeed very crazy though. So now that it's been almost an hour of stream, my computer is still looking a bit slow, but I do want to test something. I will even pause the game so it doesn't get worse or we don't have uh, more streaming issues regarding the game. But I do want to test this because I was configuring or changing the setup we were testing yesterday. And I'm talking about those stickers, right? They stream stickers, which by the way, Victor, since you are a sub to the channel, now you have some more benefits because I was using this extension of Twitch that is the stream stickers, and the subs can use 12 of them for free. And I want to test their volumes now because I was trying to increase the volumes. You know what? Maybe it's better for me to be playing the game or being let me get to a loud area or to an area that has music so I can compare the game's music with the alerts volume, right? But yes, I tried increasing the volumes so we could listen to the songs or the music better when people were requesting or redeeming those. Yeah, I do think the volume is better now, isn't it? At least I could hear it very well. And that was an example of the stream stickers that I was talking about. And you know why I don't think that, or at least I don't think 100% that after I started using that extension is the reason why my computer got slow, because even when I'm offline, my computer has been weird, you know? So that's why I was not really thinking that was the reason for it. How does they work? Or how do they work? You can find them on the description of the channel. They have like two widgets in there, one for the sound alerts and one for the sticker alerts. And the first 12 stickers you can find there, I believe they will be the free sub ones to use. Yeah, you gotta use them or claim them with that widget. Yeah, that was a Luigi. But where is the sound of it? That it is. Okay, maybe I could make this one louder, although it's very close to the max volume. Oh, did you find the widget? Maybe I just need to put all of them like to max volume. And you know, maybe some will be very loud, but whatever, right? You gotta get going, Z, alright, man? You're going to get dinner. Enjoy your dinner for sure. And then you're going to help a couple friends getting some mounts on Final Fantasy XIV. That sounds great, man. Good luck on the game. And have a great dinner and night. Take care. I was trying to play Pokemon Go earlier with some friends, but unfortunately the raid battle we were going for, it didn't last long enough for us to join the room. I had some attempts, but it was always missing one person to fill the group or to complete the party, and then I couldn't make it. But yes, even with the use of the stickers now, the game hasn't changed that much, right? It didn't get way worse than how it was when I started the stream, so it is my computer. Something is going on. Maybe a crazy update. I really don't know. So, Victor, I think that's because that happened to Gabriel yesterday too, but don't worry, we found a solution. It seems that whoever got a gift sub, maybe you need to do something about the extension regarding allowing it to be usable. Yeah, that's what Gabriel told me. After he could give permission to the extension, he could use it. So maybe you gotta figure a way to give permission to that extension so it can work for you as well. I was scared at first because I was like, wait, how does it not work for you even if you have a gift sub? But it will work for you in case you can give permission to it somehow. So try finding something about that in there. So depending on the Pokemon we are raiding in the Pokemon Go, um, and also depending on the levels of the players and like the Pokemon we use for the fight and everything, it varies. For this one raid we were going after, it was a Nivelutal, which is a flying and dark type. I still love that Sonic 2 music. And now you can hear the crowd also making a fuss, right? Because it all of those sounds they will have a mix of two things. They will have more important music, and they will have another sound effect together with it. But they can or cannot last for the whole time of the song, right? So this one was a mix of the crowd like getting furious and Sonic 2 boss music. But
I'm tired.
I'm glad that Victor's first sticker was exactly this one that had a Mario 64 reference. I know Victor loves Mario 64. Yeah, that one was Mario saying I'm tired plus Jigglypuff's music that's like forever in our hearts. Yeah, there we go. It was something about allowing or giving permission to it to work. But Subaru, the raid we were going after today, we should have like 4 people in the party, and we could only get 3. There were more people wanting to join the raid, but when I sent them the invitations, for some reason they couldn't join the battle in time. So the time we got like the time was over, and we didn't get the 4 people in the party to really do the raid, you know. But I will try again this week. And yes, I still don't think this is an issue of the stickers because the game is still like the same and the stickers are working well. It is something else, maybe another software on the background of my computer doing updates, maybe the antivirus actually. Which perfectly describes how I feel right now. To be honest, I'm not surprised because when I was talking to Kyobi yesterday, the other Swedish, he told me it was like 1:20 p.m. or something. Sorry, 1:20 a.m. And then I was like, holy shit, that's why Victor is always going to bed early in here, right? Because it is very late in there. Which time is it in there now? I would guess it's 1 a.m. Because I think it was a little bit later when I was talking to Kyobi yesterday. So I would say 1 a.m. In here it's going to be 8 p.m. I gave him attack, so I'm going for HP. It is almost 1 a.m. There we go. So you're going to head to bed soon? Yeah, I can understand. Hi Emily, how are you? Emily, I'm so sorry that you have been missing the Roller Coaster Tycoon streams, but I do hope you'll be able to get to one of them soon, Emily. And yes, Victor, there we go again. Emily, I also want to ask you because I was reading Discord on this afternoon. Which board games were you playing? Like you said, you missed the Roller Coaster Tycoon stream yesterday because of uh, you were playing board games. I still had to ask you, which games did you play? Did you play Settlers of Catan by any chance? Because I do like that one. Or maybe Carcassonne? And Emily, I don't know if you have been catching up with the VODs of Roller Coaster Tycoon, but right now we are dealing or we are dealing with one of those very awful levels of building coasters. There are still two more for me to build. And yesterday we bought, or not bought, we built, right? We built two more of them. After I struggled, but we still did it. But I do hope you have been alright, considering everything that's happening. So you guys played a game called Photosynthesis, how was it? That sounds curious. Like, what is the plot or the goal? Do you need to grow as a plant or something? You know which game I miss playing? Of course I won't know a name for it in English. And never mind, maybe I do know the name for it in English. Have you guys ever heard of a game called Taboo? Oh, Victor is leaving? He needs to get up fairly early tomorrow. That's alright, man. And you need to be productive. I hope you have a fantastic week. But also always find a spare hour for you to have some gaming or music listening or like to relax, right? Don't go also overly crazy productive. Have some hours to relax a bit. But thank you so much for stopping by, man. Have a great week. Sleep well and take care. You gotta teach me how to say goodbye or good night in Swedish, by the way, so I can start saying you those words. Because so far I only know a couple random things and Oga for Oga. But yeah, man, take care, great to see you, and enjoy vanilla ice cream as well, you know? Enjoy that ice cream in my place because I don't have that, and I miss having that. But at least somebody in the world will be happy with that, right? So hopefully that's going to be you. But take care, man. It is a competitive game. Wait, Ultras thinks he knows it? It's like hedge something? But how is the gameplay? What do you need to do? What is your goal? Because photosynthesis, it can be like, I don't know. I'm guessing you play as a plant, and then you need to, I don't know, be the biggest tree or the biggest plant in the garden. I have no idea. Although some games do have some very weird plots, that's for sure. But I was going to talk about this one game called Taboo. It is more like a card game than a board game. But Taboo was so fun to play some years ago with my friends. And the idea is very basic or very simple. You get a card, and in that card there is a word. And under that word there are 5 more words. The game goes on you trying to make the others, or especially your teammates, to say or to get or to guess the word that comes the first. But when you are describing and talking about what's that word, you can't say the 5 words under it. So next to you there are the other team people kind of checking on you to see if you're going to say those words or not. In case you say them, that point goes to the other team. It is super fun, and sometimes people struggle so much to like tell the others like, it is this but I can't say that, you know, and then people need to be super creative. And then there is a timer as well. You kind of have like 2 minutes to say as many cards you can, so people can try guessing those words. It was a great game, especially when sometimes people got like a word that they didn't know what they were, and then in the end everybody was like, wait, what? Nobody could understand what they were trying to say because we didn't say the right word, like it's not the right meaning. So it is very crazy, and I had a lot of fun with it. It was called Taboo. but then maybe it has other names depending on the country. Also, there we go. It's like, let me think before saying it. Actually, the good night is easier. God night, God night. Yeah, God night's super easy. But the first one is like hash, and then there is the freaking A with the angstrom, right? Which is like a N. So hedged up. That's how I would say it. Hedged up, God night. God night you all. There we go. Let me write those two down. Where is my pencil? Oh, right here. I'm surprised Ultros almost got that word. So you need to grow trees and compete for the most points. Oh, I see, so it's more like a gardening competition. So on the board, also, hey X5, how are you, man? On the board, the sun moves positions and trees cast shadows. I see. And then you get points each time the sun moves around. That sounds very cool, actually. Could you win any of the games? How was your performance on that game, photosynthesis? And then let's read X5's text wall. War. War never changes. The almighty Kokatorimon clan just took over the world after they defeated Midotorimon. Midori equals to green. I actually learned that not too long ago. Akatorimon and Ayoitorimon. Such holocaust caused despair in all the Digi world, and now we see the culprit right there, standing back on the shoe. Or standing at the back of the shop, actually. Menacingly, just waiting to strike. I need this one now. Kapow! But little did he know that the chosen one was ready to stop him with the power of the pause. Oh man, don't talk about the power of the pause, because we have been having some computer problems today. Like, it hasn't been the best computer day ever. So we are having some hiccups on the game, some hiccups on the stream. The power of the pause is like overpowered tonight. But thankfully we're still being able to play it at least a little bit well. But there is a concern in here today regarding my computer. The power of the pause. Maybe the Digi world can be saved once again. Yeah, let's go save the game, right? That's what you mean. That's what you mean by that. Let's just go save the game, and that's it. Before a power outage. So you have to plant different saplings. Emily won in that game. You know what, Emily? I know why you won that. Come on. You don't need to hide it. We all in here know that you are one of the best players of Animal Crossing out there. And what do you need to do a lot in Animal Crossing games, and even in other simulator or life simulator games like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley, that I also think you play them a heck a lot? You need to freaking harvest. You need to freaking plant. So if they were giving you like, okay, I need to take care of these plants right here, these saplings, and also pay attention to the movement of the sun, count me in, hold my beer. And then Emily got it right for sure. And speaking of Animal Crossing, to be honest, or I just remembered, we are definitely going to get some Animal Crossing New Horizons news next month, right? Maybe they won't be like the best news ever considering the games they are going to be announcing, but are you with any hopes in particular? Because I heard some people wanting to see the return of Cap'n, because like it's going to be summer in the northern hemisphere. So people are excited to see the return of Cap'n and like his islands and mini games and you know, and the summer vibes. And somebody else that I forgot, but also some people are thinking they could be finally releasing the Zelda objects. Although I don't think you like those gaming themed objects that much because they are repeated. But yeah, people think that the Zelda ones will come next month as well with the next update. Oh, it's because Emily had a strategy since the beginning. Because she won by over 20 points? Okay, send us a picture of the game, sure. Pause is OP, better nerf it on the next patch. Man, I don't know if we'll be able to get something new today. So I should be maybe focusing a little bit more on the game and not be pausing it that much. But sometimes I get lost in the chat and then I gotta have my pause or my Digimon will die and I won't do anything to him. You're doing good, great to hear it. You're actually doing your list of video games in a website in order to stop people asking, have you played this game? I do have a huge list of that on the description. I don't know if you have ever seen it. But actually that list is more regarding the games I'm planning to play on stream at some point. Of course, many of them are kind of far from happening, but they are the games that I have thought or that were recommended to me at any point to try playing. But they actually don't have all of the games I have played, of course, because like the games I have played, most of them I won't try playing them again, so I kind of want to assume that if there is this one game that you think that I would love it so much, there is a big chance that I have played it already, especially if it is like an old game, like for the Super Nintendo, for example, and that's why it's not on the list. Oh, you actually have read it the first time you got here. Yeah, it is a quite long list, but it doesn't have all of the games I have played. I think that if you are working on a list of games you have played throughout your life, it is going to have a bunch of games. It's just more like the games you may expect to see in the future. And because it is such a long list as well, when you check the... I think it's the about the games section or something. It shows in there the ones that I'm currently playing and the ones that I'm expecting to be playing next, like the ideas of games that may be coming up soon. And then on the bottom, it's like the whole list of games that may be happening at some point. But I do hope you can finish your list and then maybe share it with us later. A friend has a huge collection and you are really excited to play some of them. Do you mean some of the board games? The board games, yeah, there we go. So I'm hoping that now that one of my friends has moved to my apartment city, I'm hoping that we can like start a new group of friends or something that, who knows, could start playing more board games. Because the other friends I have, we kinda do not play board games that much, or we don't hang out to play board games that much, and when we do that, it's always the same board games. But I wish we still had the one I described, Taboo, but we don't have it anymore. Because it was super fun to play that one. Normally we play Pictionary. It has a different name in here, it's another version of Pictionary. But that's the one we play the most when we hang out, with these friends I have. But now that one friend of mine has moved to my apartment city, I hope that we can start doing more things together. And maybe, who knows, even starting to play board games. So you have like 54 games by now. Which brings me to the question that I don't remember if I have ever asked you before. What are your favorite games, X5? What are your favorite games? I wonder if you know my favorite games. Do you? Let's go for magic points now. The page that you are doing, or the page that you are doing it, is called How Long to Beat. Oh, it's a famous website. Of course, it doesn't make sense to me because if I go there and check it, it's going to tell me, oh, you can beat that game in 6 hours. And I'm like, let's freaking go, guys. I'm going to complete this game super short and then we can move on to the next game. And then once I come here, Hello, welcome again to another stream of this game. It's been 3 months, I know, but we are still playing it. So yeah, that website is like not going to be working for me. So that's why I don't check it. But if you are, let's say, a more faster player, then it's totally for you. Oh, you think you don't know my favorite games? My all-time favorite game is Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo. Have you played it? Is it on your list? I hope it is, because if it's not, I will force you to play it. Your favorites are Valkyria Chronicles 3, Skyrim, Steins... Oh my god, you haven't played Super Mario RPG, are you kidding me? So you couldn't you? And Steins Gate. I'm very curious about Steins Gate. I think I found one of them in Steam, and then I added to my wishlist. You have never had a Nintendo console? I have never had a PlayStation or Sony console. My consoles in life were only the Sega Genesis, the first one, then the Super Nintendo, then the GBA, and now the Nintendo 3DS. Yeah, those were my only consoles. And the other games I played were either going to, right? Going to the rental stores, or playing at friends' houses, or emulating them myself. But I have been currently playing my favorite PC game, which is Roller Coaster Tycoon. And other favorites of mine are Persona 3, Pokemon Gold and Silver Crystal, Pokemon Platinum and Diamond and Pearl, Banjo-Tooie, I love Banjo-Tooie, Final Fantasy VII was fantastic, Chrono Cross was fantastic. There we go, I got the Patamon I wanted. Yeah, those are the names that come to my mind the fastest. Yeah, Persona 3 is my favorite Persona, even though it has many flaws. I recently watched a playthrough of that, and I could notice some things that, they sound silly or awful in the game, especially considering some social links they have in there. But I love the atmosphere they created for that game. For you, you had the Sega Genesis as well. Unfortunately, I don't have... I only have my 3DS, and it's almost completely broken, but I can still play some stylus or D-pad games on it because my analog stick doesn't work anymore and I broke my L trigger. So I can't play everything. But the other consoles, I don't have them anymore. My Sega Genesis and my SNES were donated, and my GBA broke, and then I sold it broken. A PS1, a PS2, and of course a PC. Emily has never played a Persona game. Emily, I don't know how much you like RPGs. I know you like Pokemon. But which other RPGs do you like? But honestly, if you like Pokemon, I think you will like Persona because the battle mechanics are kinda like the same. Although Persona games are way more serious than the Pokemon games, of course. So you can expect some dramatic situations or some heavy things going on. But I tell you that it's very good. Like it is something that you can either relate yourself a lot to the problems that the characters go through, or the stories will somehow make you emotional, or make you think about the messages they are trying to say. It is one of those games that the character development happens a lot, and thanks to that, by the end of the game you kind of feel like you really met another person by finishing the quest or by achieving the max status in the game. It is one of those games that they are not empty. especially if you allow yourself to feel what the game is proposing for you or like what it's bringing to you. And that's why I like it the most. And also, it has this message of like, if you help the others, you get stronger. And it does it like literally, because if you help the others that are around you with their problems and with their issues and become more friend of them, and if you get to know them for real instead of just being, I don't know, just a passerby in their lives, you know, you can create infinite potential of like a connection with another person that's greater than just being alone. Or like, it is a game that goes around those lines in a very good way that really make you want to, I don't know, be a nicer person or make more friends, or you know, it is a very, it has a very good atmosphere and messages as well. But it does have some drama and some heavy things in there as well. Like, I need to tell you that it could have some triggers, but I still think it is super worth you playing it because it's fantastic. And then it has this idea of like, you get stronger when you have people around you, you know? Because you also get to know more about yourself when you have others around you. And then each Persona game does it differently. The third one is very heavy, it's very depressing and melancholic, but I love that atmosphere. The fourth one is more upbeat, while the fifth one is more serious. So I would give those characteristics to those games. But the fourth one, even though it's more upbeat, the story is very heavy, or like it's very dark, right? But it does have an upbeat theme as well. Also, Emily has watched some of the Persona 5, but she only has watched the early game. That's good, because then you can play it someday by your own, hopefully. They already have Persona 4 on Steam, so I would recommend you trying to take a look at it. Take a look at it, there we go. And I also think Persona 4 is a good one to start. You can't get it to fix it. Do you mean my 3DS? Unless I bring it to a specialized place that I'm not sure where I could go, and I expect they're going to charge me a lot, you know. I tried fixing it myself, but in the process, after I was trying to replace the analog stick, I broke my L trigger, and I couldn't take out all of the screws of it, because I couldn't really open the bottom of it completely, and then that's why I couldn't see that the cable for the L trigger was going to tear apart, and then it tore apart. And then after I made the change of the analog trigger piece, I researched why it was not working, and people said that the analog stick is very connected to the L trigger, so in case you mess with one, both are messed up. So basically, even after I made the change, because I destroyed the L trigger, it won't work either. So now my 3DS, it has its analog trigger kind of stuck on the up position, so if I'm playing a game that has the analog trigger for you to be using, my character will be moving up forever. It's stuck on that position unless I place it down and then I use the D-pad to really control my character, you know, but I need to be pressing it down forever. Or I go play a stylus-based game. I played some of them some weeks ago. This one very weird pick for 3DS called Tokyo Crash Mobs. A puzzle game, probably the weirdest game you're going to hear about today. And I beat it actually. I do recommend it if you are a person interested in Crazy One games. Yeah, Tokyo Crash Mobs, it's only based on the stylus pretty much. I have also been playing some D-pad games, like Mighty Switch Force. And I was also playing a rhythm game by Game Freak, the creators of Pokemon, called Harmonite. Because you only need to use the button pressings, like A and B, and the D-pad as well. But games that you demand to use, or you are demanded to use your analog stick, I can't play those, or the L trigger. But hey, considering everything my 3DS has been through, I'm happy it still turns on, like it still works. Because I'm hoping that at some point I can buy another one and then I can transfer the data from one to the other. Because I have a lot of games on my 3DS that I don't want to stop playing them because of that. So I'm definitely looking forward to get another one. It's just not my priority right now because they have been very expensive, and I'm still very focused on investing. So if I like have a spare money, it goes to my investments. I get you beat the first boss, I guess. Oh, do you mean the playthrough you were watching? Yeah, it's still like early game, even though it is a long game. So you probably watched, I don't know, maybe up to 20 hours. No, 20 is too much, right? Maybe 10 to 15 hours of gameplay because it is a game that passes 100 hours if you are having a deep playthrough of it. And then in Persona games you live up to every day, like it's like, of course you don't live the days as in Animal Crossing where every second is connected to the real world second, but it is long because you gotta progress towards the calendar. But I highly recommend you checking that franchise out. It is a game that goes on many topics, and I think it's very well executed, and it's very fun as well. So, how do you classify Valkyria Chronicles? I gave a look in the game in the gameplay, and it looks like RPG, a shooting, strategy, a turn-based, a big mix. X5 says it's a strategy, third-person shooter, RPG, and turn-based. So, bro, you got it. It is everything together. Persona is like RPG or JRPG combined with social simulator, social sim, right? So now that we have Patamon, here's one thing though. I actually was thinking about this one of these days, and now that I'm trying to finally get an Angemon myself, I remembered it. Do you guys remember when we go to Mount Infinity and then they have those angels in there? Can't remember their names anymore. But those angels, sometimes, they drop some items after we defeat them. And I have been collecting those items. And they were the sage fruits. Sage fruits. That boost my brains into 20. So, I have a feeling that maybe that's a sign that if you want an angel, boost your brains. But at the same time, I'm 100% sure that I did try to boost my brains before to get an Angemon and nothing happened. But then again, we have so many variables and things that can change a Digivolution course that maybe I did something wrong somewhere that, it got messed up. But I wanna believe that maybe this is a sign for me to get the right path. Yeah, so I may try considering boosting my brains a lot. Etemon, yeah, that's the angel we fought. Yes, Etemon. According to Sega itself, it's a tactical role-playing video game. As long as you can back up your saves, then it's all good. Exactly, I only wanna transfer my data to another 3DS. So yes, I'm thinking about that strategy. Because if I keep on giving him attack, he's going to turn into Ogremon or Tyrannomon, so that's not going to do it. Another thing that I should try is keeping his happiness high. But it's kinda impossible, especially without the golden mushrooms. Or the happy mushrooms, actually. but I will try. So, oh yes, don't forget to remind me that I still need to get my blue flute back. Because we had a death last time and then we lost some of our items. We need to go after more restores, we need to go after the blue flute, and get some of the recovery items again as well, like the floppies and the small recoveries. So remind me to do that. Also, hi Marmo, how are you? You just need to let him rest at right times. I will try. I will try to put him to rest when he feels sleepy. As soon as he feels sleepy. But now I wanna give him a carrot. The Digimon's butt is shaking. It is a little bit, right? A little bit bouncy. Oh man, he's just on the poop right there. That was not comfortable to see. But I have no option. He is studying while sitting on the toilet. So Emily, because you have been super busy, I'm guessing you haven't been playing many games, or have you? Weren't you playing Pokemon one of these days? Or have you been playing some Roller Coaster Tycoon still? And Marmo, how are you, man? I will also try giving him the food he asks for because it increases his happiness. So as he was feeling hungry, I will try feeding him a lot. Maybe not a lot, because then maybe I can, get to a result that I don't want, but I will give him enough food for him to not ask for it anymore. You haven't been playing much, to be honest, I can understand. I also haven't been playing much games offline. Even Pokemon Go that I'm super addicted to. I have been getting very busy or distracted during the weeks. I haven't been even watching many shows or many series. Even though I was able to finish that one Amazon show called Soulmates, I was able to finish it. I watched the last episode of it this week. It's a good show, but don't watch it with high expectations or comparing it to Black Mirror. That can actually make it worse. Only by episode 3 or 4 I finally started to accept the show for what it was and not compare it to Black Mirror, and then I had a better time. But after I finished it, I started watching HBO's series called Euphoria, because I remember seeing some fuzz about it on social media, especially on Twitter in the past. And now that I'm watching it, I can completely understand what was the fuzz or why did it happen. Because Euphoria has been like one of those shows that have, it doesn't contain itself, if they are going to talk about something heavy, or I don't know, if they are going to talk about a topic, they will like throw it at you like with no censorship, with no uh, they won't stop, they won't hold it back, they will really show you what it is. It's a very crude show, and I'm liking it because of that, because it makes it unique, different, and freaking gutsy. So, it's one of those shows that are going to be disturbing, but at the same time, I have a lot of respect for what they're doing in there, because it is like going with no limits. So at episode 1, I was like, holy Jesus, I was not ready for this. And then after the first episode, on episode 2 and 3, that's the amount I have watched so far, I got way more into the show because now I know what to expect from it. It's going to have no it's completely free, like free from whatever you think I can do or cannot do on television. It's going to be like, if you think that I won't show this to you, hahaha, you are wrong, I will show this to you. It has no barriers. It's been completely, kind of impactful towards that, because sometimes you think, oh yeah, they're talking about this topic, but it's going to be lightly, right? Nope. They don't need to do that because HBO allowed them to go all in. So they are going all in, and I have a lot of respect for that. So I'm really excited to see how is it going to end because I'm expecting a very shocking show. The only problem is that I'm watching it dubbed, and I imagine that I would be liking it way more if I were watching it subbed. But yeah, as I have all of the episodes on my parents' streaming device and it's dubbed, like most of the shows actually in there, because unfortunately most things that Brazilians watch are dubbed, so I couldn't really get a subbed option on this one streaming device in here. But it's been good. Like I have been enjoying it a lot, but it's not for everybody because it is very shocking. Don't watch that near your family. Like I was even talking to a friend of mine earlier today because we are always sharing what we are watching and doing in our lives, right? And then I was telling him like I'm watching Euphoria, and remember when I tell you recommendations that I say that don't watch them next to your parents or something? This one is like one show that you need to watch when you're home alone because it is not holding back at all with whatever it's talking about. It is very graphical, like very graphical. You can't believe how graphical it is. But it's been a very good show. Last week was your last week of school? Wait, so are you starting vacation? Okay, you are on vacation. The summer times, right? Summer vacation? Hopefully you have been getting great weather. And you're going to be playing some more? Wait, you haven't finished it? Do you mean Pokemon? Or do you mean Euphoria? You just hate that it's set in high school. It is set in high school. I do like some high school and, college drama though. But I imagine it's probably, let's say, triggering if you study in the US where normally those series are based off, right? Because I would say that high school and college here in Brazil they are a bit different. There are things in common, of course, but I think that the pacing is a bit different. So when I watch that, I don't necessarily relate to the situations that much. But of course, if I can imagine how does it feel for a person from the US, for example, to be watching that, I think the connections and the relations are way more strong. Oh yes, you haven't finished Euphoria, but I'm liking it a lot because it's not everyday shows, and I respect that a lot. It's like, oh, let me watch something, and then that's a show that I won't forget because it is really going through any limitations you would imagine a show could get. Like, you don't want to see nudity? We have nudity here. You don't want to hear about drugs? We have drugs in here. You don't want to talk about, I don't know, psychological problems? We have psychological problems in here. And they are doing that in a very powerful way, in my opinion, and serious way as well. So I have been impacted by it. I think by the end of the show, I'm going to really have it as one of the best things I have watched this year. Let's see if it's going to keep it up, but now that I know what to expect from it after the three first episodes, the more I have been watching it, the more I have been liking it. The first episode was a bit like a shock, so I was like, maybe I need to like prepare myself for this show. But after it, I have been enjoying it way more. I will even see if I can watch another episode tonight. I love the makeup. Yes, the characters are very great, especially Jules, right? Jules wears a lot of makeup. And I love the main character actor. Main character actor, do you mean Nate? I think it's Nate, right? He's kind of like a villain, but I think we're talking about Nate. But why did you stop watching it? Was it because of time? But yes, now I can totally understand why people were always talking about it on Twitter. Every time, or at least in the past, right? But every time I was checking like trending topics, it was there, and I was like curious to know what was happening. And I had an impression that it could be a disturbing show in some ways, but I was not expecting the. I was not expecting this execution of it, which is no. Man, I don't know how exactly to say it, but it's a show that doesn't censor itself. Like, they go all in into it. No restraints, right? I think that's the word I was trying to remember. It has no restraints. And that's something very gutsy to do in a day or in days like today. Oh, you mean the girl? Okay, so you're talking about Rue, right? Yeah, Rue has been great as well. But I feel very sad for her. At least so far I have been feeling very sad for her. Actually, every character in there has some crazy issues. But yes, I have been getting so busy and distracted during the week that I have a bunch of movies to watch. I wanted to watch The Sound of Silence. Wait, The Sound of Metal. Yeah, it's called The Sound of Metal. It's about a guy that's losing his hearing. He's like a drummer and he's losing his hearing thanks to a disease or like after getting sick. I still haven't watched that. I also want to watch the silent the Silence of the Lambs, I think. It's a classic horror movie that I haven't watched or I have never watched. I also want to watch The Shining, but I still need to find it. I need to watch Netflix original movie Oxygen. I heard good things about it as well. It makes you want to rewatch it again because you don't really remember what happens anymore. I hope you can watch it again. It seems it's only 6 episodes. It's kind of like a short show. I mean, the episodes are 1 hour long, but 6 episodes are okay, right? Yeah, you should rewatch it then, Emily. Or you can wait for me to finish watching it, and then I tell you if it is worth it. So far, I think it is worth it, especially if you don't mind like graphical shows or shows that are about so many problematic topics. But since you have watched or started before, you know what to expect from it, right? So I do think you should go back to it. But definitely, it's been like the show that has been the most extreme or like right on your face about those topics that I have watched in the past years. And you know what? Maybe that's going to be some of my favorite shows of this year because my favorite movie so far was Transporting 2, which is also about some very heavy things, especially drugs, but also sex. So I do think that my favorite series and maybe my favorite movie will both be somewhat disturbing or like impactful in those topics. You watched up to 4 episodes, you were so close. Yeah, maybe watching episode 4 tonight. You most likely got distracted and then you never picked it back up, and then you never picked it back up again. That can happen, yeah, that can happen sometimes. I'm getting distracted to continue this other show called High Seas. It is a Spanish language show, but I'm not sure from which country is it from. But it's about a cruise, and then murders and crimes happen in the cruise, and then people need to investigate and figure what the heck is going on. You haven't been watching a lot of TV? Yes, I was watching more TV when we were having Big Brother Brazil, but now that it's over, which is something good that I now can focus on other things, right? Maybe something more productive. But now that it's over, I haven't been watching a lot of TV. Besides the YouTube channels that I follow, I haven't even been very active on Twitch. For example, it's been a while since I caught some of my friends' streams as well. Although today I could get to Ultras and Pilots streams. But yes, I have been, doing other things during the days. But little by little, I'm getting there with my shows. Do you guys know if I have an item that raises my discipline? I don't think I do, right? Maybe I should consider going for the restaurant when he gets hungry. But Emily, don't you like to watch some, let's say, food shows or cooking shows? Or maybe even house renovation shows? I love those. I'm still waiting for Netflix to give me more seasons of Property Brothers, because there is only 2 seasons on Netflix in here. I need more. But I need to raise his discipline. Or at least I'm trying to do that, because Angemon might gotta have lots of happiness and discipline. Who is in here in the restaurant? Metamon, sure, why not? Give us a hot pot. We got offense, brains, happiness, discipline. Oh, when discipline went down. Well, then I hope that for Angemon, discipline is not a thing. Hi Piero, how are you, man? You made an exception to watch one show series because your friend kept wanting you to watch it for weeks. But other than that, you don't watch shows. You guys are a little bit like Victor. And I told Victor to watch this one show that's been my favorite series out there. I think Emily started it one day, or she was very curious, I can't remember. But I don't think Emily has finished it. I'm talking about Dark. Netflix Dark. If you like complex shows, like mind-blowing shows and things that are going to like make you think a lot and theorize about them, and also shows that are very well made and the acting is good as well, Dark is perfect regarding that. So I convinced Victor to go watch Dark and he loved it. But Victor also doesn't watch too many shows. But now, Piero, you have no choice. You gotta share which show are you watching that your friend insisted you to check. I haven't watched any of that recently, me neither to be honest, but I do like to watch them sometimes when I have a cozy time. I have been getting sucked into the TikTok hole. Me too, but not for like watching the videos per se. I get there just to make or to farm extra cash and then that's it. I watch something else while I'm like scrolling the videos, and in the end of the day I what is the word? I withdraw the money I got on TikTok, you know? Not really the videos that I pay too much attention to them. I remember one day in the past you were like, Ellen, I think you would like TikTok. And then I tried to check it or to see how it was like, and then I told you that it was not my thing or not my humor. But now that I also knew that it could be a way of making extra money, I got it, but I'm just like scrolling the videos and paying attention to something else in the meantime. Oh, Piero has been watching The Boys. I watched The Boys. And Emily has been playing Minecraft. I have never played Minecraft, but I had a phase in my life that I watched Minecraft YouTubers playing it. I even got some Minecraft related books, but I think I have only read one or two of those books. But about The Boys, how far are you in the show? You are very active on Discord, Emily, yeah. Which is great, to be honest. Or just being weird, I can relate to that as well. How do you make money from it? So, I don't know how is the TikTok in there. Actually, I do think for some time it was a promotional thing in the US, because I even heard that Trump wanted to ban TikTok or something, and then I thought it had something to do with the money they were cashing out, or I don't know, but in here, TikTok and its competitor called Kawaii, which is a Chinese TikTok app as well, they both have been kind of like rivals, and they have been trying to get new people to use the apps, right? And the way they're doing it is by like paying people in case they invite new people to use the app by using a code, or if you spend some time watching the videos for like 20 to 40 minutes per day. And in the case of Kawaii, they also give you some cents in case you just have a daily login. So yes, I have been making some extra cents, extra money, and sometimes even an invitation by using my code. That has been giving me some extra cash that I'm throwing it all at the investments that I have. I'm actually doing that in some days from now. I just need to withdraw money from other sources to get them all together and then throw them into my investments. But here in Brazil, they are having that offer or that promotion, and as they are competing face to face, TikTok and Kawaii are both having ways of like paying people that are using their apps. Maybe it's only here because they are still trying to grow in here or something, and they are doing like a heavy advertisement, because if I open YouTube in here, for example, I'm pretty sure the ad I'm going to get is either from TikTok or from Kawaii. I kind of want to even test that out, because yes, you know those YouTube ads? Here they're always about Kawaii or TikTok. It's like 80% chances of being them. Just for fun, I'm going to test that out. I just opened my... Oh my god, look at this. It's not even a video. I only opened the YouTube app, and the first thing I have is TikTok. You see? So it's been like a fever in Brazil about TikTok and Kawaii. But hey, they are really paying money, so I'm in about that. Especially if I can get that money and make something better out of it, which is investing. But I think in the past, Emily, they used it to pay in other countries as well. I heard of a crazy situation of people wanting to ban TikTok or something because it was... I don't know what was actually happening, but I also heard and I thought it was related to its offers to like pay people money or something. You would make so much money, so there is a limit. You can't really get past 20 minutes per day of points or TikTok coins. There is a limitation, but I do think so, because if you use it every day, you definitely will be able to get some cash. You watch 3 hours a day, Emily. Emily, you do. I wonder if you mostly watch TikToks from people you already follow, or if you watch randomly videos. Because when it's like more random, the chances of you getting to something good may be, not too great, I think. So Piero is halfway through season 2. Okay, so you're almost finishing it. And you're almost done, probably going to finish it on Monday. So let me talk about season 1 at least, since you have finished it already. I liked it, but I thought it was a bit overhyped. What did you think about season 1? I was also expecting it to be more serious or more. Have you watched Kill Bill? The movie is Kill Bill by Quentin Tarantino. At first, when I was starting to watch The Boys, that's the reference I got. Oh my god, this is going to be good because it's going to be like Kill Bill. They are going to go after every single person, and then it's going to be like a battle royale, maybe like the Hunger Games or something. So I had like very extreme expectations regarding, I don't know, some sort of hunting show, you know? Let's hunt them all and kill them all and something. And then, as you have finished season 1 and are starting to watch season 2, you may have seen that it's not really about that anymore. So that disappointed me a little bit. But it is still a good show, even though I still think it's a bit overhyped. But if I wanna tell you a good show for real, in case you are patient, in case you wanna really dive in this one show, it is super worthy, go watch Dark. Dark is amazing. You may feel lost at times, especially in the beginning, because it has like a lot of information and a lot of characters for you to get to know them. But if you don't give up, the more you watch, the more you grab from the story. And it's so good. And I have good news. It's a show that has ended, and the ending also doesn't disappoint people, because the other show that was crazy and, you know, wild, like Lost, it got so lost on itself, maybe that's why it's called Lost, that disappointed everybody by the end. No, Dark was planned to have 3 seasons, it has the 3 seasons, and it makes a lot of sense, because when they were creating it, they planned it very well. So Dark is like maybe the show that got the best ending in the previous or in the past years. And it's also better if you have somebody to talk about, like someone that has watched it, or if you can watch it with someone else to like have the same crazy reactions and like what the fuck with that person. You know, it's like fantastic for that. If you want to be mind blown, there is nothing better in the market than Dark for you to be mind blown. Like season 2, then season 2 is like mind blown after mind blown. Season 1 is like preparing you for the climax. Season 2 is the climax. Let me go back on the chat. So in America it was because it was, oh, so no, so I was wrong. It was not because of the money the app was paying people, and then maybe I was thinking, oh, is it doing some sort of bank corruption or something? It's because of the data. I see, they were stealing the data. I was even telling my friend about, or I was talking to my friend about that as well, that we have been living in so many crazy internet and technology and data world that I don't know, the more time passes by, I'm kind of like not that much worried about data anymore, you know? I have the feeling like Google has everything about myself, Facebook has everything about myself. You know, the more time passes by, the less I'm giving attention to that. I mean, I'm still careful, of course, but I'm not making a big deal out of it anymore, you know? I have the feeling that, you know what? There is no more privacy, the data is like everywhere. Here in Brazil, there are many leaks of like documents, numbers, and, you know, ID. So I think it's all out there, and I'm like, as long as this is making me happy or like doing something good out of it, for example, TikTok that's paying me money, I take it. You know, if my data is what you want, take it, and then that's it, because I think my data is everywhere already. So I'm getting less worried about those topics. You know, I know it's important, but I'm kind of giving up on like being crazy to protect my data that much, because I think it is what it is. How am I going to like face Google? Like I can't. I thought that season 1 was good. You think that some of the characters aren't so fleshed out in terms of their motivations. Like, you understand the characters and everything, but you don't feel attached to anyone all of that much. Not as much as some shows that you loved a lot anyway. That you definitely will need to share those shows with us because recommendations are very welcome to hear. Emily has been reading some webtoons and manga. Which manga are you watching? Wait, or reading? So that's what you have been doing with your free time too. Haven't you been working on drawings or art anymore? You feel that way as well? Yes, I'm not like, it feels like the more I try to protect data, the more data they get from me. So I'm like, okay, get the data, but give me what I'm ordering or give me what I want. So I'm more open-minded about that today. Uh, you have you have found watching a TV series again pretty good for mental health? To be honest, yes. Sometimes watching something that's distracting or even something that's like, how can I say it? Um, by the way, my computer is getting worse a little bit again. Let me see if it can back to normal. Something that's very superficial, that's the word. For example, I was watching some months ago to the Big Brother Brazil. It's like a very superficial show, it adds nothing to your brain, but it was fun to be distracted by it. And to see like the discussions and the reactions of people about the show and stuff. Man, now the game is super bad. What the heck? Let me check my task manager, but I don't know what to do. Like, yeah, there is nothing in there that I can stop the process. I do think it's about the antivirus that's probably making updates or something. So if you keep it like with a moderate watch time, you may check that out. Yeah, man, Dark is like one fantastic show, but you gotta like shows that are there for you to be using your brain power, because it's one of those shows that you gotta not go to the bathroom during it, avoid eating popcorn, you gotta pay attention to every second of it, because it's so full of details that tell more than what you think. It's one of those shows to make you crazy about what the heck is going on, and it's so good. You finished a manga called Blue Flag? Aono Flag in Japanese. It is a cute romance. I finished watching an anime, a very cute anime, or a very cute romance anime called um, Kimi ni Todoke. Maybe if you Google it, you may like the art of it too. Kimi ni Todoke. It was very cute as well. And by the way, Emily, how's your hype for freaking Sailor Moon the movie Netflix? And by the way, it seems that they are getting the original Brazilian dubs for this movie here in Brazil, and then people were super crazy for that. You see, Emily is starting to Emily is starting to gasp now because I'm speaking or saying the things she likes. Do you mean Kimi ni Todoke or do you mean Sailor Moon? Sailor Moon, you're a big fan for sure, of course, but do you know Kimi ni Todoke too? By the way, computer, please help. I wanna get Angemon. Holy shit, it's so bad now. Come on, breathe, computer. I don't know why you're like this. Oh, Kimi ni Todoke, there we go then. You watched it when you were younger? I watched it because I watched one of the Studio Ghibli movies called... how was it called again? I think it's called Ocean Waves. And even though it wasn't one of the best Studio Ghibli movies, it happened in high school, and it made me want to watch something else or another content, another anime that goes in high schools as well. And then after doing a YouTube search, I found Kimi ni Todoke and then I watched that. Man, I don't know what's going on with my computer today. You still end up singing the songs. The opening song is great. The ending song is funny. The ending song is so funny because it goes to a very high note so fast. I wish I could remember the word they say in there so I could sing it in here. But it's so funny, like the episode was over and normally I was watching it before going to bed. So I was like laying on my bed and then all lights out and then only my phone on my face. And then I was like sleepy and almost sleeping and everything. But then every time it got to the ending song, because of this high note that it goes on the beginning of it, I'm like, no, mute this before it wakes me up with that high note. So it's funny that you are mentioning those songs because I was like, no, don't scream that note because it's going to bust on my ears and then I won't be sleeping anymore. Oh my god, I need to do something in here, guys. This can't be the stream. Both seasons? Wait, there is a second season? I think I watched to 25 episodes. Unless the two seasons were combined. No, Subra, I'm not sure what's going on, man. Piero is talking about Shinsekai Yori, which is his favorite anime so far. I haven't heard of that. I like it because it was short but very good and thought-provoking. That's enough for me to add it to my list. But can you give me a summary of the plot or something? Yeah, watch to 25 episodes. I think that I'm going to watch one anime. How is it called? Tomodori? It's something like that. Tomodori? Tonadori? Something like that. I may be watching it soon. I also think it's on Netflix. In case I watch something like that soon, I will let you know what I think about it. If the opening changed... Actually, I don't think it did. No, it was the same opening for the whole show. So you know what? Maybe there is a second season that I need to go after. Toradora! Yes, that's the one. Good call. Toradora is the one that I should start watching next, or soon. Maybe not next because I also want to start JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I'm curious to watch Toradora soon as well. Shin Sekai Yuri. Okay, but I gotta save the game and I need to do something about this because I don't want to play this game like that, right? So let me save the game and then we work on a fix for this, hopefully. Did you like it? Because the same video that recommended me Kimi ni Todoke recommended me this one too, Toradora. Wait, is it better now out of nowhere? Okay, I have no idea what happened. But it's a bit better now, so let's keep on going then. I want to see what video? Wait, what do you mean by that? Oh, the video I was talking about? Which video was I talking about? Emily, oh, the video that was giving me recommendations. I would need to go after it again. Okay, you're talking about the YouTube video that gave me recommendations. I will try finding it after the stream and then I'll send it on Discord. Yeah, it gave me like um, it was pretty much a bunch of cute romance high school anime based for you to watch or something. I will try sending it on Discord after the stream. Yes, yes, I will try finding it again. I don't remember if maybe it was in Portuguese. Yes, I think it was in Portuguese, but you may still get the names of the animes and then maybe look if you have seen them before or not, right? But I do think it was in Portuguese. Shinsekai Yori means from the New World, and it follows child humans who are seen as gods by other beings in the world as they discover the disturbing past of their civilization. That's the best you can do because it's been a while since you watched it and don't want to spoil anything. It sounds complex already, like child humans who are seen as gods by other beings in the world as they discover the disturbing past of their civilization. It's like, don't you think that's something funny actually? For example, let's suppose we get an alien invasion tomorrow in the Earth. Don't you think that for some people, they will start worshipping those aliens like they could be their gods? So basically, what you're telling me on this summary is that what happens in that anime is kind of the opposite. Aliens will see the humans and they will think we are their deities. That's quite an interesting plot in my opinion. Because normally we put ourselves in the center of everything and then we think that um, like we will be doing such action or we will be the ones having that perception. But what if aliens can have that perceptions of ourselves as well, you know? I will definitely try to find it on the app that I watch anime and give it a shot at some point. Maybe not soon because I do have other animes to watch. I even told a friend that I would be watching one of his recommendations, like Real Life. I believe that's how it's called. He wants me to watch Real Life. But Piero, if you can suggest or remember me that anime, maybe after some more months, I definitely will try watching it, especially because you said it's short. Short animes are good as well. Okay, so now that the game is back, let's work on more magic points. Do you like Real Life X5? Yes, a friend of mine wants me to watch it so much. But I still gotta start JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Maybe I will start this Toradora one as well. It is worth a watch? Yes, I do like the story you said in there. I think there is one anime, or there could be two. Definitely one anime that I liked it, but I wouldn't rewatch it because it was so impactful to me that it turned out to be scary, you know. And I'm talking about Serial Experimental Lane. Yeah, Serial Experimental Lane. That anime is so messed up, but at the same time, it's so shocking as well because the guy that created it, like back in the day, he could predict a lot of things that are part of our reality today. Thank goodness it's not as dark as his imagination in the past, but he did predict a lot of things we have going on today in our lives. And I remembered it right now because I was talking about aliens. There is one episode of that anime that talks a little bit about aliens as well, and that scene about the alien talk is so impactful to me, like it gave me goosebumps. that it's one reason why I can't see myself rewatching it, even though it was a very good disturbing show, but it's definitely not for everybody. So this is not really a recommendation unless you are a very curious person. But that's probably the most complex show I have watched. I mean, regarding anime. After watching the anime, I went straight to the manga. Okay, so X5 really likes real life. The manga has this thing of being full color and he loves it. It has to be so much work to do. You love that anime, but you agree that it's very complex. It sounds very brainy, but that can be good. I just need to be at the right mood for it. You may not watch it again. Wait, are you talking about Lane, or are you talking about the one you recommended to me? Yeah, maybe you're talking about the one you recommended to me, right? X5 knows Lane, right? That's why he's saying that anime is so... Oh, you guys know Lane? Dude, that anime is so messed up. But how can I say this? There are things in life that, like, life is not only about joy, or life is not only about happiness, right? It's actually impossible. So serial experimental lane is not only about enjoying what you're seeing, or seeing something cheerful, or seeing something happy. It's much the opposite. It's not that at all. It's very it's very messed up, and yeah, you gotta have strong guts for it. But it's about the experience. Like, the experience of watching that weirdness is something that it could be worth watching, but of course, it's not going to be something that's going to make you feel happy or that great. But it's about the experience. It's something that it is so weird and crazy that it could be worth watching. Does that make sense? But yes, I don't want to watch that again because I had my experience, I got my trauma from it, and I live on with it in my heart. But yeah, it is very messed up. I'm glad that I forgot some of the characters that show up by the end of the anime, because I remember there was one cliffhanger of it that when they finally revealed one character they were kind of always talking about, but we could never see that character, and then they finally showed me his appearance, that I thank goodness forgot his appearance. I remember feeling chills in my spine from how weird that character looked in the art, and that's not something that anything can accomplish that easily to me, or any anime can accomplish that to me or to make me feel like that. Recently, what disturbed me a lot was watching Resident Evil 8 Village, because Capcom, applauses for Capcom, because they created the worst creature in Resident Evil in my opinion so far on their last game, right? So yes, it was like that. Seeing something that was so messed up, weird looking, and not comfortable to watch, that it's like an experience for once in a lifetime. I don't want to see that thing again, or I will try my best to avoid seeing that image again. But I don't regret seeing it at first, because of the shock and to be surprised by something. It has a video game? But you think it's only in Japan? There are many anime Japanese based games. I watched a video recently about those, and how people could only play them thanks to fan translating, right? Or fan translations. Like some Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon. Tanks but no tanks, basically. So you guys know the episode I talked about, right? The episode about the aliens. That episode was so like crazy. And there is a scene that I still remember because it made me feel so uncomfortable because I don't know if I should spoil this scene though, but it was a scene of laying in her room and all lights off, and then all I will say is that somebody was observing her. That's all I'm going to say. That scene and knowing that she was being observed made me feel so unsettled because I realized that it's one of the most uncomfortable things to happen to somebody, to like not know that you have been in your like, let's say, safest place, like your room, and then being observed. You know what, I it's funny that I have been having these talks because I'm finally spotting on my fears or things that shock me or make me feel very unsettled. Now that I remember that I'm talking about this one scene of Lane, I can link it to a movie that I have watched not too long ago, and by the way, fantastic movie. I'm talking about Parasite. Hopefully you guys have watched Parasite. Parasite has a scene that does the same. It's like the impression you are not being watched, but you are being watched. And because of that one scene and how bad I felt by watching it, it's the reason that puts me off to rewatch Parasite, even though the movie is fantastic. Not long ago, maybe even yesterday, I can't remember, but one of these days I was talking about another connection I made towards my fears. And I just mentioned this one Resident Evil monster. I don't want to spoil him, but I will only say that he has a very long and distorted looking jaw. And I made a connection to another fear of mine from my childhood, of a series called Punky Brewster. Fun fact, it seems that recently they kinda brought that series back to life again, but I haven't watched it. But as a kid I watched Punky Brewster. And fun fact about 90 shows, every 90 shows will have one disturbing episode. Like, that episode was made to traumatize you as a kid. Punky Brewster had one as well, actually two, but this one traumatized me the most because it had one of her friends inside a cavern being turned into a monster that had his face on a wall or on the cave's wall with like huge teeth and a distorted jaw. And then he was doing a very weird jaw movement that got chills to my body or for all of these years. It's a scene that I don't want to rewatch because I know I will feel scared of it. So I'm understanding my fears. Like, I realize that I have a fear of distorted or disturbing looking jaws, especially long jaws like the one in this Resident Evil monster. And now also the fear of being observed when you don't know you are being observed, or like when you think you are at your safest place, for example in your room. I'm learning a lot about my fears, or at least things that can make me very unsettled. I will try using a portable potty in here because if he negates it, that's what I wanted you to do actually. I can scold you, that's going to give you happiness, you see? And a little bit more of discipline as well. You can confirm that it's only in Japanese. It was released in 1998 for the PS1. I think I will pass on that game though. I'm a bit curious to see what the heck, how is that like, but I will pass on it. You watched it a long time ago, I think I forgot about almost everything. We are watching you, yeah, but you are not physically in here. So that's what I'm talking about. In both Lane and Parasite, in those two scenes, someone was physically there. Although for X5 to be physically here, he just needs to take a bus, right? It's probably going to be like, I don't know, 10 hours to travel to Rio or something? a 10 hours bus trip if you ever get out of Buenos Aires. Oh yes, you haven't traveled too much, right? Make it 13. Well, since we are getting close to his Digivolution, and hopefully this is not going to destroy my computer, I am going to start a prediction in here. Okay, I'm starting the prediction. Numemon hype, so I think I know which prediction choice X5 is going to pick. Yeah, I wanna know if you believe we are getting either Angemon or the last champion, or if I'm not going to do it. Probably I won't do it, but at least things are looking not too bad this time, I hope. I mean, my PC is looking bad, but the situation is in the game, of course. Oh yes, I also forgot to mention. I realized yesterday that some of the sound alerts were very expensive regarding the ores for you to redeem them. So I dropped the prices for them. When I was also raising the volumes for the stickers. Angemon is new, which one I choose? I mean, it's either yes or no if I'm getting a new or not new Digimon. I'm guessing it's Angemon, of course. I believe it gotta be Angemon, but I'm not 100% sure. So basically the poll is for like if I'm getting the last champion or not, which I believe it's Angemon. The Angemon needs more RAM, it does. Or the Digiworld, right, needs more RAM. Wait, the second choice is new? What the heck? Did I mess that up? Maybe I messed it up. Is it not yes and no? No, it is yes and no, it's correct. Basically what I'm saying is that am I getting Patamon's last champion? That's pretty much the question. Yeah, that's pretty much the question. There we go. Normally, all of those polls I'm making here or predictions will pretty much have a yes and no option. Yeah, that's killing my computer a little bit. Oh yes, I forgot. You wanted to poop. Alza is a Numemon true believer. Now you're right. We can get Numemon because it's a champion. If we get Numemon, we're going for Etemon, which is also going to be great. Yeah, I didn't. For a second, I thought that after X5 said game please, it was looking better, but no. I'm a bit concerned about his wave, especially because I don't have any more regular meat. I should go buy meat actually. I will give you a sirloin now, but I'm buying meat. Should I pause the game until it cools down again? Man, I forgot about Analog Man. You guys should also remind me to go after him. Analog Man is making my game 0.2 times speed so he can play with us. He is actually getting there because this has been so bad. Imagine if we were in Dino Land. That time passes by slower than this. Analog Man is somewhere. I just think that I won't be able to go after him tonight, but you need to remember me to do that at some point. And also to go after my blue flute again, because I also don't have that anymore. Hi Ranger, welcome. You watched that episode reveal when you just left your ass off? Wait, that episode reveal? Wait, which episode reveal, but how are you, man? Oh no, the Punky Brewster episode? No, 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 no. How could you laugh your ass off? Like, it is freaking traumatizing. Have you watched that as a kid, or were you only searching for, like, the memes of it today, or how many people got scared of it? It was so funny. Dude, seriously? So you're a brave person. It is cheesy. I agree on you that it's cheesy, but as a kid that had no guts, fun fact, I still have no guts, I was freaking impacted by that. And you know what was the worst? I will tell you the worst. The worst is not to, like, watch the episode, because when you know the episode is being aired, you just turn off the television and then you leave it behind, right? You go do something else and then you live your beautiful childhood. I will tell you what's the worst. The worst is that not only the episode was made by evil people, but also the people responsible for the Open TV channel here in Brazil was also made by evil people, because you know what they use it to do? I don't know, it's like a beautiful Sunday morning at 1 p.m. You are going to eat your delicious lunch, maybe with your family, maybe at your living room, while you're chilling and watching TV. The freaking Open TV used it to, like, promote that episode when it was going to be aired in the weekend, for example. So basically, you are watching a beautiful cartoon, like a kid's cartoon, and then suddenly it's the advertisement time. They throw it away right on your face, like, this Sunday on Punky Brewster, the freaking scary skeleton hanging on the cave, and then the spider friend, and then the face on the freaking wall. I'm like, no, I just want to have my lunch and enjoy my Sunday morning. So I still have the memories of, like, when I was hanging at my neighbor's house, and then we were there, I was passing by the living room, and the TV was on, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, those images were flashing in there, and it was not a time for you to be watching Punky Brewster. It's because they were advertising that they are going to air that episode. Anyway, so even when the episode was not being aired, like, it was not the time for it, you couldn't drop your defenses, because it could be released out of nowhere. The Kraken could be out of nowhere. So that was the worst, to know that my beautiful Sunday morning could be ruined by an advertisement because they would show all of her friends being turned into monsters, especially the male friend, like the kid, right, the guy, which is the worst because of his big teeth and his jaw. So I'm just telling you how horrible it was to me, because every time that Open TV was on, it meant danger. I had to have my alerts on. Apparently the other kids got freaked out by it because the series was kinda safe. Exactly! I also mentioned it earlier. If there is a 90s show, it is going to have at least one traumatizing episode. Punky Brewster had more. Punky Brewster had this cave episode, and they also had the one that her friend freezes, right? Freezes to almost death. And then they had to kind of resurrect her by doing CPR. Hopefully that's the word in English, or the acronym. They need to resurrect her, and then a lot of people got like traumatized because of the claustrophobia of being stuck into a refrigerator, because that's how she froze. Those are the two traumatic episodes from Punky Brewster. If you're not traumatized by the cave one, you're going to be traumatized by the one that her friend almost dies because she got frozen solid. They are completely evil, but other shows for sure, and cartoons as well, will always have some traumatizing episodes that are not for kids. You need to send me this link. This guy breaks down the episode. Do you think I want to remember those images? I told my other friend that watches me here, Gabriel, that also knows about this episode, that the day he sends me an image of that, he's banned from the channel. Do you really think I want to see that? No way! I want to forget the existence of that episode. I'm sorry, Papito, I understand. Yes, I hope you do, because at least somebody in the world is having fun out of it, right? Because, man, I can't. I'm still not ready for those shocking images. If I want to face my fears, I have faced some of them. I'm not gonna lie, I have faced some of them. There was this Scooby-Doo SNS game that I played as a kid, and they had this one enemy which was a white werewolf, but he was like giant, and that's why I got scared of him, because of his size. He was kind of giant and bigger than Shaggy and Scooby in that game. I faced him, and now I'm not afraid of him anymore. But facing the face of that kid on the wall, I'm not ready, and you know why I'm not ready? Because there was one day I was sharing this story with a friend, and my friend was already googling it, and he was like, "You mean this?" And then on the thumbnail of his phone there was the freaking kid's face. That's the worst of that. And I was like, no, 2 seconds of horror happening in my life. So because of my reaction of that day that my friend was like, "You mean this?" I don't wanna go back to that story yet. Yes, not at all. My freaking friend did that, and you know what's funny? I'm not his friend anymore. So maybe that was a sign of like a friendship that would be a tragedy. There we go, you know? Trust the small signs, and that's it. It's a lesson for your life. If a person could do that to me, how could I trust that person still, you know? Not at all. But hey, the game is still horrible though. You know what else was traumatizing back in the day? Mario 64, the freaking... Oh, by the way, since the game is all dead, can I at least stop this music? Wait, is it back now? Wait, did I figure out a way to make this better? Maybe I just figured a way to make it better, guys. But I was going to ask you guys to redeem, or at least to ask a sub to redeem, the sticker for the... I think it is the We Dead sticker. Because if now the volumes are good, I believe that's the one that's going to have the sound I want to talk about. Yeah, you gotta be a sub to redeem the free stickers at least. I'm waiting to see if there is still a sub watching, maybe Subaru. If it makes you feel better, Papito, the face was fake. I mean, yeah, his teeth were completely fake, right? It was latex mask. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, of course it's fake. Anyway, nobody redeemed the sticker, that's fine. I was going to talk about the Redad of Zelda. And that freaking scream he has, right? It's another traumatizing experience when you're a kid. The piano from Mario 64, the eel from Mario 64 as well, Majora's Moon. Living in the 90s was not easy, or at least it was freaking scary regarding media content. I forgot about Lavender Town as well. There we go, thank you Subaru. The Redad sticker has the Redad sound effect. Wait, I bought small recoveries, but I wanted to buy meat actually. So next time the game goes bad, I will try doing what I just did. How old is this Etemon, by the way? So I have been sharing my own traumatizing experiences as a kid, but do you guys have any traumatizing experiences by watching shows or playing games? Oh, that sticker made you realize that you hadn't put Pokemon Red on your list of games beaten? That's a classic. My friend Scapluni still needs to beat his first and ever Pokemon game, and then I think it's so rare for you to find someone that hasn't played Pokemon. And speaking of Pokemon, I'm with my final opinion on Pokemon Snap. It could have been way more, you know. I finished watching the playthrough of it and it is fun and it's beautiful. The game gets better by the end, but not worth the full price. The plot was dumb. No new mechanics for real. Yes, I had better hopes on that game. You watched the porn when you were a kid for like 20 minutes, but it was just weird to you? Ranger, have you played Earthbound? I know this sounds off topic, but it's not off topic. I can't play Resident Evil 1, 2, 3 because your older brother and your cousin playing it. Oh, you haven't played Earthbound? I'll just tell you that there is something in Earthbound that it's so messed up that it is what it is because it was based on a porn movie if you look deeper on the web to understand its reasoning. Yeah, Earthbound at first you may think it's like, oh, it's a kid's game, look how cheerful it sounds like or it looks like. Don't be fooled, because Earthbound can be freaking messed up, especially by the later parts of it. So yes, as you were saying that you got traumatized as a kid by watching porn, the creator of Earthbound also added something to the game, thanks to his trauma after watching porn as a kid, you know? So in case you are curious, and I also would recommend you playing Earthbound to be honest, because it is a fantastic game. But X5 can't play Resident Evil 1 to 3 because of his older brother and our cousin playing it at night while you were in the room. Zombies gave you the nightmares and whenever you tried to play those Resident Evils, your hands start sweating. I would never play Resident Evil because those are not my games. But surprisingly and thankfully, even today, I'm able to watch the playthroughs and get into the story of it because I got so curious to understand what the heck is happening in this game. And it is freaking a good story. It's a freaking good story. But I let the other people to have their hands sweating and getting the frights while I'm comfy with, I don't know, my hands blocking my sight sometimes when I feel like something bad's going to show up. But actually now I'm kind of doing good regarding it because the more I watch it, the less scared I feel. Although, like I mentioned earlier today, this last game, Resident Evil 8, had one monster, one creature that I'm avoiding to see it again with all of my effort because it is very terrifying. That creature from this game, that I don't want to spoil it in case you haven't played it, plus Nemesis from Resident Evil 3. Yeah, Nemesis is my second worst thing to see out of those Resident Evil games. But you could play Resident Evil from 4 and beyond X5. Your problem is only between 1 and 3. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Because 1 and 3 would be less scary than the other ones, at least graphically speaking. So you could play from 4 and beyond, huh? Well, at least you play the one that everybody says it's the best, Resident Evil 4. I have the feeling he's not digivolving because of his speed and defense. So I will practice those two a little bit. But you think it's because of the atmosphere. Well, I can say that the third game is very messed up because of Nemesis. Nemesis doesn't make me feel any good. Although in Resident Evil 2 you have the Mr. X, right? He is also another thing that's not comfortable to have in your house. Wait, is he hungry or pooping? Pooping. And he's tired, that's not good. And now he's hungry as well. Can you freaking stop feeling tired after eating this? He could. But I'm scared of going back to training. Wait, he's too heavy. Let's go have some fights then. Maybe if I go fight, it's going to be a good idea. Hey Yoda, how are you, man? There are companions in Resident Evil 4 to 6, so you are not alone? Yeah, sometimes the companion is not too helpful, like in 4, right? It's Ashley, isn't it? But yes, there is some companions. Actually, most of those games do have some sort of characters that cross over their paths. So they can help you out for some times. Which game would you guys list as your most scary game? I mean, considering the games I have played, I would list the Scooby-Doo one for the Super Nintendo because I can't say I have played many horror games, and that game was the horror game I played as a kid, that I was scared of it. But surprisingly, I could beat it with the help of my sister. Maybe someday I'll bring it to the channel because now I face my fears of it, so I may be alright. But yeah, I can't think on many horror games out there for me to be listening. I do want to play Little Nightmares though. It's a horror game that I'm curious to check. And maybe Parasite Eve, but I have my... I'm uncertain about it. Those two would be the ones that have a chance for me to be playing in the future. Can't tell when the last time I fought with a rookie. That's true. Leon, help! X5 also hasn't played a lot of horror games, but maybe Metro 2033. Digimon World? Man, Digimon World as a horror game? I mean, they do have the Haunted Mansion. Little Nightmares and Little Nightmares 2 are both top tier. I know, the reason why I'm curious to play them is because of the puzzles. When I was watching the... It was a Nintendo Direct that they were revealing or talking about some of the indie games. After I saw Little Nightmares, it felt like, okay, this is horror, but honestly the puzzles look interesting. And then I decided that I would like to try them. Actually, thanks to a gift from Sartaki, I have one of them, I think the first one. So maybe someday we can try playing it. You played them both and you were amazed and inspired with your own creations? Wait, you were inspired with your own creations? Do you mean there is a sandbox mode or something? Some games that aren't horror can be scary. Yes, I can agree with you on that. Mario 64, Piano. Majora's Mask, Happy Mask Salesman. The freaking transformations of Link. The Moon. Ikena Valley. Just to list a few things of Majora's Mask. Which other game can be very scary that's not a horror game? I think the one that fits this the most is actually Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is not a regular game. But you know what? There are some investigation games that can be scary too. I remember this one game for the DS called Last Window. It was something like that. It had a very cool art. And that game made me disturbed. Oh yeah, and also the 999. Would you guys consider 999 a horror game? Or would you consider it like a thriller or a psychological game? I got to the worst ending of that game and I was like, I'm not playing this again, I'm going to watch the rest on YouTube. I got to a freaking messed up bad ending that it was not comfy to watch. Of 999. There is also that one that I still gotta play called Danganronpa. I think I even have one of them. It was also a gift from somebody. Not sure if it was a gift from Pilot, but I think I also have one Danganronpa game. And it sounds a bit spooky, but not necessarily horror. In The Sims 1 theft that comes to your house, dude. Oh my god, when I was choosing the sound effects for the stickers, I went to the sound effects of The Sims 1 as well. And I know what you're talking about. The freaking sound effect of when the bandit is coming to your house, it's so like... But it is freaking intense, and then it has levels, like it can get more worse or it can get worse. Or death as well, right? Yes, that's a very good memory from the past. Or when fire starts in your house as well, like it's so like... Pa, 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 pa. It has such an intense dramatic sound effect. The only time I got scared in a game when you were a kid, it was when you found Entei in a Pokemon Gold. Entei is the worst to me. Entei is the worst. He's my least favorite legendary dog. Because I could get Suicune, I could get Raikou, but I could never capture Entei as a kid in my Pokemon Crystal. Never. Him and the Remoraid. I always dreamed to have an Octillery. I could never find the Remoraid in the freaking lake area north of the game, even though the Pokedex was like, he's there, he's there. I always went there and never found him. Oh, you're making a platformer, so you're talking about the platforming of Little Nightmares, not the puzzles. Or Sandbox. Um, you could like feel scared with the North Equator barrier of of Final Fantasy VII. I remember that. When I was reading your message, I was thinking of Resident Evil 7, but yes, the North Equator, right? The freaking barrier they have in there that I wanted to kind of land inside of it, and then I was like hitting the invisible barrier. Good call. I hated that freaking place. It was such a dumb moment. I was hitting that so many times in a row, right? F? F for what? For the game or for the stream? Man, now he's 4 years old. I will try giving him a little bit more of defense. Oh, you had 12-5? There we go. But speaking of traumatic experiences, I remember as a kid, my sister brought me to a pajama party, or a sleepover party of hers, and she and her friends wanted to watch horror movies. Horror movies plus Armageddon. And I believe that was the first time I watched a horror movie. They were watching Scream, and I remember what you did last summer. So yes, I watched those two movies, and even Armageddon was kind of traumatizing to me because I, until today, hate Aerosmith, and I don't want to miss a thing. I hate that song, and I don't know. It is a bit disturbing movie as well because of how tragic it is. But yes, I still remember the day my sister brought me to those two movies. And then later she brought me to another pajama party and they watched Carrie. The stream had an error? That's crazy because I didn't have any problems in here on my side. Oh, my cam froze, oh, it's probably because of the computer. But it's normal now, right? Oh! Okay, now the game froze and I was like, hype? Not yet. Not yet. I think he's pooping so much because he was fat, right? Yeah, he's still very fat. Maybe that's why he's not digivolving. If anyone is curious about the teeth sound effect in The Sims 1, you left it on Discord. It's so intense. It is one of the most terrifying sound effects in video games, for sure. But hey, The Sims 1 is amazing. It's a fantastic game. It can have both most terrifying sound effects and most beautiful piano music ever in the same game. Oh, there is some delay. Server wants me to save, I will save. What if I don't feed him? I think I should feed him. but X5 in a clash between the teeth sound effect from The Sims 1 and the Red Dead scream from Zelda Ocarina of Time, who do you think that wins that fight? I honestly think that the Red Dead scream was worse to me as a kid. Wait, this is not where I save. Have you ever considered adding a sing everything you say for 5 minutes redemption? Honestly, I can't sing. I can't remember lyrics, so that's not going to work to me though. It sounds funny, of course, but sometimes I do try making something funny, or like sometimes I sing some crazy things or random things, but I'm bad with music. I love music, but I'm bad. Normally when I do such a thing is when I'm angry. When there is a situation that pisses me off, and then I kinda releases my anger like that. Or my anger. I release my anger like that. But if I had to like sing something out of nowhere, I probably would struggle. I struggle when I try to speak Portuguese, my first language. Because when I'm on stream, I tell to my brain like it's English mode, it's English mode. So if I try speaking Portuguese, I don't feel comfortable. So what now? Do you want more brains? I will follow the freaking Sage Fruit saga and give him more brains. I'm bad, the Michael Jackson song. I can't even sing that one. I can only sing Billie Jean is not my lover. And this kid is not my son. Ba, 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 ba. And then that's all I know. I'm so bad with lyrics. I can see many people, it's not their style. It is something to think about for sure, but I don't know how I would execute it very well, or if I would be able to do it very well. Come on, Numemon! Honestly, Numemon is fine because I use my item, I get Etemon, we made progress, and then that's it. Both results are great. I have been to karaoke just a few times. Okay, he's finally getting thinner, maybe that's what he needs to digivolve into something. Let's go for more brains, I'm going to give you 300 brains. I kinda don't wanna look. Was he at max happiness, please? Anything but Tyrannomon, come on, not another Tyrannomon. Yes! There we go! Look at that, Alza! Holy shit, and holy indeed, like holy shit of brazy here. Let's go! So brains, HP, MP, and offense. And 20 wave? Sure. Alza, you keep on betting on the opposite option because it is giving me the luck I need to finish this game. X5 knew it. That sound effect was 100% Angemon. Wait, there was a different sound effect? You searched for some songs that you could at least try to sing. I have some very odd picks for songs that I know how to sing them. Nobody would know those songs though. My music taste is very unique. You got some points from this prediction? I think so. Let me get the result now. I was concerned because I was afraid of like having to. Nice combination right there, Subaru. The freaking sticker plus the applause. I like that. It was very epic. But I was afraid of like his discipline. His discipline was not close to be maxed. Okay, so those that voted yeah, enjoy your ores. Man, I'm so happy now, but this guy will have another evolution, right? That's what concerns me, or that's what makes me worried, because if I can't do it now, it means I would need to get Angemon again and then go after Angemon's evolution again. Okay, X5, in your playthrough of Digimon World you had Angemon of Nowhere. That happened to me regarding Vademon, like Vademon, who knows what happened in there, plus Metal Greymon. Yeah, that Metal Greymon in early game. Go figure. But finally an Angemon, and it has a lot to do with his happiness for sure, at least. And maybe the brains thanks to the sage fruit that the other angels were giving to us. He has the Hand of Fate. What are your attacks? Are they electric? Oh, it's physical and electric. Yeah, that makes sense. And you can digivolve, right? Oh! He can become Andromon or Phoenixmon. So never mind, we completed our... Guys? Should we do what I'm thinking about doing, although isn't it like weird, a weird decision? I'm starting a poll this time. It is something weird, but maybe? Okay, now we have a poll going on, so you won't be using your ores or points. What now that Angemon can't digivolve into a new ultimate? I feel a little bit bad in case we do the second option because, like, what a tragedy for Angemon, don't you think? So that's why I'm creating this one poll. Oh, you think that the wave helped me a lot? I was actually concerned of being overwaved. Because what I was thinking at first was like, if I feed Patamon, I can keep him happy. because when they feel satiated or when they feel full, they get happiness. And my priority was to give him a lot of happiness. But I was then later thinking about his weight, so I was a bit concerned. But then to kinda control that, I had to buy more meat. And then I stopped giving him the sirloins and I gave him meat because of giving him less bits of weight, right? Oh, if he were heavier, he could have become the freaking Tyrannomon. Even though I didn't focus on his attack training. Okay, now the game is kinda bad again, right? Let me see if I do this, if it gets better. Is it better? It is not better, it was just a coincidence. Um, Let me try it again, maybe for a longer time. Piero seems to want me to go for Etemon. Okay, actually this does work, there we go. When it returns, it even gets fast to see. What I'm doing is that I'm minimizing the window of the game and maximizing it back. So it's been working quite well. So while the poll happens, I will be training him a little bit more. And thank goodness I don't need to get him again because he can't turn into something new. With that, we are now missing how many champions? Jesus, we are almost beating this. We're only missing 4 more champions. And maybe Angemon was also a Digivolution to somebody else? He was a Digivolution of Etemon, so Etemon is complete, right? There we go, we don't need Etemon anymore. Or Patamon. So that means we have Patamon, Etemon, Batamon, and Penguimon, and Biomon completed, right? We are missing Palmon, Kunemon, Gabu, and Agumon. Wait. Agumon, Gabumon, Palmon, and Kunemon. Okay, so maybe it is a new evolution for each one of them, right? They won't have split evolutions anymore, or shared evolutions anymore. And then we are missing 5 ultimates, or maybe 4 as well, because we can get Etemon. But now that I have you, we need to work on the rest of your stats. Because with Etemon we could try going for tournaments. Or, depending on what he can learn, we can try teaching him a new attack. Although I think he's going to be a very physical attacker. Now let's work on your defense. So the poll is almost over. Let's see what you guys are picking in there. Everybody wants Etemon. Okay, so you guys are not feeling any bad for turning this beautiful angel into a mad singer monkey? Okay. I mean, part of Digimon is that, isn't it? Like, look at this cat! Oh my god, it's now a fish. So, sure. It's part of the Digimon logic. Angels into monkeys. Monkeys are better than angels. Do you have any examples on that comparison? The monkey is OP, please nerf. Etemon is OP? Angemon is about to put on a monkey suit and go to FurCon. Don't talk about suits or plushies because you make me by the way, there is something that I don't remember if I checked. Probably I did, but you are remembering me of this right here, right? The true FurCon of them all. That delicious bear suit. Yes, I wanted to check the bed that Erdramon was sleeping on. Are you ready, Angemon? Because we are starting some monkey business right now. Here it goes! And please, Etemon, become a Digivolution of like many of my champions, so I can like not work on them anymore and focus on the remaining ones. Don't be just like the evolution of one champion, you know? And we got the monkey. The way he's posing though. What you guys have done. Oh! Look at that! He's a poop user. We have another filth Digimon after Numemon and Sukamon. Wait. What? Oh, okay, there they are. Yes. I was about to ask you, like, where are your filth attacks? And like I was imagining, he does have lots of physical attacks. But he can learn Megalo Spark though, that's fantastic. Oh man, I forgot about Tremor. I used to love Tremor so much in the beginning of the playthrough. The monkey, we got the monkey finally. This is like double progression today, so don't expect like a lot of progression on the next streams. You see why we should have saved this for another time? Like, oh my god, today we haven't done anything new, and then rip the whole day, you know? And then, oh, but we have the banana, so let's use it. Nope, let's make the whole progression today, sure. Nerf the monkey? Why? He's not strong. I feel like I need to train him way more. I mean, he can learn some badass attacks, but I have seen better Digimon. It's because I don't like the physical attacks. I think I will leave him like that, maybe with Sonic Jab, in case I run out of MP or something. Let's check the chart again, because I'm hoping he can be the Digivolution of many people. Please fill up my chart way more. Save me from the pain of getting more ultimates. Oh, he's the last down there. Are you the freaking Digivolution of Sukamon? Please be the Digivolution of Sukamon. Thank goodness. Freaking thank goodness. Okay, he's not the Digivolution of like many Digimon like I was saying, but he's a Digivolution of this guy that's annoying for me to imagine. How can you turn him into something better than him? So I take that, yes. It is a very specific one. But honestly, now that this puzzle is solved, how are you supposed to digivolve Sukamon? I feel alright about knowing or learning how can you do that. Is it really about the stats? Because I'm not planning on working with Sukamon anymore now. But isn't that crazy that they gave an ultimate just for Sukamon? So many champions and you are going to get one, and that's not even the King Sukamon. It is hard, I can imagine, because he keeps on losing his points because of when he becomes himself, it halves everything. I imagine, yeah, I had no idea how to go after such an accomplishment. But it's probably like the other ones because you gotta give him a lot of points and then that's it. But because he has everything, then it makes it extra hard. Okay, Subway is saying yes, it's with the status or statuses. That's what I was thinking as well, but probably wouldn't choose those items, right? Lots of those items. So let's train him and prepare him for... Actually, before the tournament, maybe I should go to the savannah to try to get the blue flute. And by the way, now I'm thinking, maybe in a day that we can't really get a new Digimon or make a lot of progression, we should use that day to go after Analog Man, right? Like, since I got a Digimon that can't give me anything new, let's use him to explore and try to find Analog Man, or let's explore the world. That's a good idea for when I get stuck. That's why Numemon and Sukamon are between the easiest ones for you to digivolve them. But Numemon is way easier than this one. Way easier and way less expensive. So I believe it's about the stat requirements being very high. Oh, you need to have 0 mistakes? But the mistakes they reset, right? Because it is quite impossible for you to have 0 mistakes and get Sukamon. You gotta have at least 1 mistake to get Sukamon. Max happiness as well? Okay, God bless this item. But thinking about it, the King of Sukamon in this game is huge, right? So how would he be a good partner? If his model is like that big in the trash mounting, there is no way he could be a partner. Welcome back, we got the monkey. Yep. And don't come here and tell me that's my fault. All of the 5 votes on the poll were for this. If there is someone to blame, that's you. You all. And then if... I didn't see that, but thank you. And then if next weekend we achieve no progression, also don't come to blame me because we did all of the progression tonight. So yeah, I ask for your patience in the next streams in case we can't achieve such goals. Every time they say that, I hear Lana Del Rey. I want a recycled item. Now's your chance! Are you Batamon in a disguise? Okay, how much is for that? Okay, it's expensive AF, but sure. Gracias! How much for the restore? 4,000? No, I need to save my money, but it's good to know that I can buy restores. Those are probably my restores that got stolen, right? So we just learned that that guy at least is like not Vicky from Final Fantasy IX. He's Batamon on a coat? How can I call that clothing in English? But there we go, I got my flute back. You gotta have a happy poop, like Mr. Hanky the Christmas poop. It is also hard to make them high before he dies, I agree. Angemon is the best, so come on. Try again please, because not my poop Digimon. I have good news! For a second I was thinking that Etemon was the one talking to me. Okay, Etemon, go there, show us your abilities. I also think you are freaking OP. This is the time! What can you do? Wait, he kinda rolls his hand or his arm like when he's doing the Megalo Spark? Okay, he kinda charges a punch, right? Falcon Punch! He's targeting the Dark Patamon because he used to be a Patamon. But now he's... oh my god. I forgot I had that attack. Now he's fighting his past. His true origins. He's trying to forget what he used to be. Because now he doesn't belong to the heaven world. He's a rebel on land. Just doing shit around. Etemon's biography, next month on a bookstore next to you. Good news is fight! Sick animation. I'm curious to see Etemon 2D sprite though. The only problem is that he's getting his ass kicked. He is. To those two early enemies, come on. Shouldn't you be the pride of the ultimates? So after this amazing performance of Etemon, he's very happy though. I'm not feeling positive about the tournaments. Is anybody positive about the tournaments? I'm not. I mean, I will still try because I don't have anything else to do with him unless I go farm bits, but... Am I taking the wrong path again? Oh, I think I know why he was not strong in that fight. It's because even though he had strong attacks, he's slow AF. We did not train his speed right. That's why we couldn't have an easy fight. So in case I train his speed, maybe I can get hopes for him to do well in the tournament. He's super slow. We were training his brains and HP and MP. Wait, by the way, oh my god. Okay, I will need to make this question now. I just realized something. Dude, maybe I missed a big opportunity on last stream. Okay, I will make this question because I'm now remembering one thing that I still have done on this game. Yes, I'm a bit concerned about it now. Because I just remembered that there is one side quest that I still haven't completed. And what I know so far about it is that it has something to do about ultimates. So I was here thinking, what should I do with Etemon? He's a new ultimate. So I could bring him to that side quest to be or to see if something could happen. Although last weekend we had a new ultimate and I did not test that out, and that could be more fitting for what it looks like that it is than Etemon, so I'm now worried if that was the answer. So I kinda wanna ask you, was there anything else in this game that I missed doing with Giromon? Yes or no? I mean, he's missing the last tech attack. Yeah, the mech attack, right? But I'm hoping now that was it. Because I did not remember that side quest last weekend. And I kinda don't wanna get Giromon again. In case you are not aware of what I'm talking about Factorial City's Gardramon situation. Okay, so as I say no, thank goodness. Because I forgot to go there and check if Giromon was the answer. I hardly think Etemon will be the answer, but I will bring him there just for science. But yes, we gotta keep in mind that we still need to figure what is that for. Although now I don't have money, but hopefully he can give me an answer even if I don't have the money for that. Yeah, there is that one more thing that I need to do when I'm talking about Gardramon. And then there is also Analog Man, right? That is probably somewhere around. Do you know the Gardramon that I'm talking about, X5? I'm going to show that to you now. So Alza said no, I trust Alza, so I'm fine now. Okay, that's good. Because if you stop to think about it, Giramon made a lot of sense in case he was the answer. Because he's also mechanical, maybe you could turn him into Mamemon or something. And then I was like, did I miss that? The internet is bad in their suburb, that's okay. You have some delay, don't worry about it. Maybe if you're saying that I don't have quality options, do I? That's okay, don't worry about it, man. The thing that costs you money, but they never gave you a clear answer. Wait, are you talking about another situation, or are you talking about Gardramon here? By the way, I may not be ready to come to this place. Because I didn't buy the MP floppies. And I'm not healed. No, but if I run away... No, I'm not running away either. What do we have in here? We have a double flop. I'm using the double flop. Yes, because I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. But I'm not ready for this, that's for sure. We need more training and more items. Small recoveries all the way. Yes, keep on hitting the other Gardramon to help me out here, please. PB. Yeah, it's the freaking... Oh my god, that was very close. Medium recovery, fast. That was the prominence beam, wasn't it? Okay, one of them is down, so now I feel safer. Well, we will have a shot on our finisher that I'm hoping that will be worth it. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm using the large MP. Welcome back, Ultras and Noritsuru. Non-stop fireworks outside. Man, people are really going for this Victoria Day. How's your computer doing? It's having its ups and downs, but I think I learned a way to help the game to be better when it gets super bad. If I minimize the window and maximize it back, I think it's been helping it to recover its normal speed or something close to normal. Okay, I need another recovery. But even though we are struggling with the PC, we did some good progression on the missions or side quests we had in here, so I'm glad we were still streaming, right? Because otherwise we wouldn't get Angemon or Etemon. 2 new Digimons, and now we are only missing 8. It's sounding like a war, man? So yesterday when the fireworks happened, it was because of a soccer game. And not only people were celebrating like outside with the fireworks, but inside my house my mom went to bed super late because she was cheering for the soccer team that won the game yesterday. So when we were talking about the fireworks yesterday and we heard them in here as well, it was because of a soccer game. And then I was thinking there was no reason for them to be happening, but there was a reason. He has been taking many seconds to attack, right? Yes, that's what I told you. We gotta work on his speed. Let's go back to Fire City, train him, get the items, and maybe return here later. Surprisingly, he did not die, because we only had one restore that could be dangerous, but we survived. Let's check Dreamojamon again. Man, if Dreamojamon could give us another great Digivolutionary item. He gave us Bakemon's item, and we already had Bakemon, but thanks to his item we could get to Giromon. So even if he gives me another Digimon's item that I already have registered, it can still be helpful. It is much more helpful than some of the items he gives us, right? Like the recovery items. Here comes a question. Since you guys were saying that Etemon is so hard to get naturally, have you ever been able to get him naturally, or did everybody go for this item to digivolve into him? I'm guessing nobody really went for the effort, right? We need more floppies. Although I will use all of my money. I think I need to be having some couple fights. How many recoveries do I have now? Wait. We have 17 recoveries. Oh, you think you did it once? But it was at the post-game? I mean, we are in the post-game right now as well, right? But still, that's a big accomplishment. No way you could have done it early. Yeah, if you have the tamer level help and the items, the File City being completed to help you out as well. Even though it doesn't really give you the Digimon you want, it does help you a little bit. It means you will still need to work hard for it, but it still counts. And speaking of working hard, monkey, 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 you gotta go fast. Because maybe if you get speedier, we have better odds in Factorio City. Wait, what? I'm not doing the post-game stuff, I'm doing the post-game stuff. They even played the credits 2 times when I beat the game. What is more post-game than seeing the credits 2 times and eating chicken nuggets? I don't know. My last carrot. What is different now from the early game? The File City being completed, my Tamer level being high, my comprehension of this game, the gym having the boost of Kabutorimon and Kuagamon, the carrots that I'm buying, Piximon's training manual. All of those things are different. But in the end, there is no win without sweat, so we still need to work hard. He wanted meat, right? Oh, you don't mean what I achieved? I mean what you can do right now that you cannot do at early game to get your Digimon tree. Do you mean the items? The items. It's funny that when the game is not feeling slow like it has been feeling slow at times, when it's normal, it's feeling even faster than when I was not having the PC issues. Anyway, let's go back to training. Hello Eternal, welcome. Is there a way to make money? You gotta be having some fights or winning the tournaments. But there is a good spot for you to be farming bits if you want. It's Toyland. The fights in there, they give you a lot of bits. If you beat those Agumon, the Toy Agumon, and clear Agumon. I think that's the best way to make money in game. Evolving items don't count in here. When you train it naturally or try it naturally, like for example, your training at post game gives you higher stats than the early game, right? Because of the 2 bugs I recruited, yes. And then some other factors you could do to help you as well. There is the manual, there is the tamer level. What you're basically saying is that I was not rewarded after beating Analog Man. And I agree. I only got Devimon with his fishy items. I got Metal Greymon in the arena, but I don't think he has been that helpful. And I got... who was the third one? Digitamamon in the restaurant. Digitamamon was boosting some of my stats, but I don't use the restaurant that much. So if there is something, I still haven't gotten it, like whatever the post game can give me to reward me. Maybe after we have this re-encounter with Analog Man, or we figure Gardramon's puzzle. But to be very honest, seeing and knowing this game so far, this is not the game that's really going to break it for you, you know? I'm still not expecting a crazy reward, especially now that I have done most things that I could. For example, completing File City. I was expecting that completing File City would be a big event in the game, and it was not that much. So whatever sort of help I'm missing out on this game still, I'm not expecting to be groundbreaking. Somebody is saying that I beat Analog Man, that means I completed the tutorial, huh? Just imagine, right, if I still had more... how many hours so far? Are we reaching 300 hours? No, we are still a bit far from it. But imagine if I had more 235 and 40 minutes... wait, 235 hours and 40 minutes to go, because now the game is starting. All I mean is, in the post-game you do a lot of stuff to help you that you cannot at all at early. Or you just don't do it for obvious reasons right now, you are not doing them all. Wait, what? I'm not getting what you're saying, man. Okay, and there is more that I haven't discovered. I have a feeling it's about Analog Man. But yes, I'm not sure what you are trying to say. I'm telling you what I have discovered. So if there is more, then sure, eventually we'll go after something else that hopefully is going to be helpful. I mean, we could try going after something else with Etemon, but I don't know if this is the right time for such a thing. But you know what would be helpful? If my boy Angemon could return to the city with goods. Bring them goods. Are you back? Why do you take so long to return? Where do you find the treasure? Tell me that then I go there myself. He's still not back. I wish Gabumon could tell me, like, he's back in certain days, you know? Okay, do you guys think we should go after Analog Man or explore? I mean, I will explore because I need to check the thing in Factorio City, but... should we use Etemon to do more than that? It's just that I don't think he's a very good and strong Digimon. I don't know, some of his attacks, especially the fighting attacks, the filth attack was not good either. It's Megalo Spark all the way and that's it. But what do you guys think then? Oh my god, he's super thin. But I was feeding you, what happened? Okay, now you're getting sirloins. One of the things I haven't discovered yet that could help me in evolving could be... Oh, I see. It's something not post-game related, huh? That's very interesting. Do you want me to think about this thing? Alza, do you want to push my brain to think about it? Or would you rather wait and see if I will ever figure that out? So I should say that if that's a thing, then I'm extra proud right now of my effort on this game, because if I'm missing a helpful way to digivolve that I'm not using, but I still got that chart to where it is, GG. Big GG. Okay, now he's getting a little bit of weight, but I should go for attack as well, right? Offense. You think that maybe, but don't worry about it. I will probably discover it later on. Now you're making me think it's about Gardramon, because Factorial City is a hard place to get, so people would get there like in late game. Then it's the missing thing that I still haven't realized. Okay, here's a question about this stuff. Is it something that I have at least started it, or like it's something that I have seen? Or is it something completely new that I skipped and for this whole time? And I also have another question. Is it something easy to realize or hard to realize? But maybe the Gardramon thing can be related to this. I need more offense. I chose to ignore? Then I forgot about it. I chose to ignore, so it's something that I started, if you're saying that I chose to ignore. It sounds like a feature that I may be not using on my benefit. You are probably talking about the restaurant? Wait, either the restaurant or the other training sites, like Leomon's training site, the palace. Yeah, is it either the training sites or the restaurant? Those are things that I chose to ignore, yeah. Although I did not forget about the restaurant, I forgot more the other training sites. Wait, there is even Beetleland's training site as well. Oh, you think I can't guess it? Because it doesn't make sense if you don't know it? What the heck? Okay, so I won't be cracking my brain on that then, because... But then that means it's something hard to figure, right? But then it makes me surprised that you are saying that many people kinda get there or find it. What the heck am I missing? I'm like the person that has explored this game the most out there in the world. What the heck am I missing? That I chose to ignore. It can't be the minigames. And it makes no sense? Anyway, that's a riddle that I don't know if I will get to an answer. Huh, but I will stay alert. I will try to see if I can realize something that I haven't. It sounds like it's completely off my strategies in here. But I did choose. Wait, I did choose. I did choose to ignore a lot of features. For example, Berdramon's transportation service. Huh. And now I'm getting sleepy as well because I was getting hungry. And now my hunger is turning into sleep, tiredness, right? But at least there will be cake, even though I'm not sure which cake my mom baked. Hopefully it's carrot cake. I was craving carrot cake earlier. And corn on a cob as well. And then lime juice. What are you guys having for dinner tonight? Subber was having hot dogs yesterday. Otros was eating his Greek dish. That was like a kebab. Victor had his vanilla ice cream. I will see if I get motivated to bake pizzas this week. Because it's been a while since I ate pizza. Let me organize this. No, give me the raise sorting, yes. Then let's go for more offense. Souvlaki, yeah, that's the Greek dish. Are you not having the berries tonight? Ritsuru had panko breaded chicken, mashed potatoes and green beans. That sounds very healthy actually. This week my mom cooked. My mom cooked some mashed potatoes for me as well. And green beans, I think they won't be like the ones I have eaten in my life, but I love green beans. The ones that I have eaten, they are more common in the northeast region of Brazil, and normally it's a very simple recipe. It's like the green beans with maybe some onions and cilantro. But I love the taste of those green beans so much. But I'm guessing the ones you are having will be different. Oh, you did eat those berries? You bought which berries again? I think you bought the pitaya or dragon fruit. Actually, in English, pitaya is its name in Portuguese. Was it the raspberries you bought? Back to offense. Let me show Ritsuru the picture of the beans that I was talking about. But I'm kinda certain it's different. So lately I have been enjoying the taste of black beans a lot. So today I'm not sure if I would consider green beans my favorite beans still because they used to be. But green beans are super good. But lately I have been liking black beans a lot. Yeah, so these are the green beans that I'm talking about. It's a very simple recipe and it has a lot of cilantro. Oh, the raspberries, I could remember them right then. You're going to make popcorn. My parents bought a very, according to them, it's a very healthy butter. I'm not sure what it's made of, but I believe that butter would taste great with popcorn. Yeah, how are the green beans you were talking about? Oh, you just saute yours with some butter and spices? Maybe it's not that different then. But I would say that green beans in here, they kinda gotta have cilantro. Cilantro is what goes well with them for the Brazilian recipe. Oh wait, when you were eating green beans, you mean like... Oh, okay, maybe you were eating them like this, right? Maybe you were eating the whole thing like that. Yeah, I can imagine just sauteing them with like olive oil and maybe some garlic or something. Yeah, exactly, like garlic. No, I was thinking like on the tiny beans and not the whole stick, right? The long beans, there we go. To be honest, I should taste that. Or have I tasted that before and I didn't like it? But I should give that another shot. Yeah, it's been forever since I tried eating the long beans. Maybe today I can like it. Just like what happened regarding spinach. That's something for me to try actually. I will see if I tell my parents or if I try buying it. and I try tasting it. At the very least, my parents were not like tasting spinach that much. So when I told them to go and buy the spinach, now that they ate spinach again, they are liking spinach now. Have you ever tried deviled eggs? Deviled eggs. It sounds familiar, but what are they again? Probably I haven't, but I have heard of that before. What are deviled eggs? It's like, oh, these things? Okay, I think I haven't. No, I don't think I have tried deviled eggs, but it looks a lot like boiled eggs, right? With some toppings and spices. I mean, I eat boiled eggs, even on pizza, by the way, but deviled eggs? No. I don't remember trying that. Is there anything that makes it very special? Is it the spices? Because from that picture, it looks to me like a boiled egg. Oritsuru likes the deviled eggs, but he can't eat too many of them. Eating many eggs is not good, actually. It makes it makes him a little sick for some reason, and it's unhealthy as well. But they are very good. What makes them that great then? What are the spices, or is the preparation any different than boiled eggs? I mean, sometimes something simple can be amazing, like the carrot cake, but I still need to understand why are those deviled eggs very special. I think that now my computer is okay, right? We haven't been having any lag or problems from now on. Its CPU is still at the max, but sometimes it is at max and then I'm still streaming well, so it's not really a factor. So you hard boil eggs, pop out the cooked yolk, and puree it with mayo, Dijon, and whatever else makes it special for you. So it is kind of like boiled eggs, but you do change it a little bit with some more spices. Then you can scoop or pipe that puree back into the egg white. And then you can sprinkle some spice on top. I see. And it sounds good. Yes, I do like boiled eggs, so if they get very well seasoned, then it makes it extra great, right? Uh, if you eat a few, you get nauseous and you feel sick, but it's not for the deviled eggs. That's interesting. I think that it shouldn't matter that much which egg you are eating and then how your body is reacting to it. But speaking of that, it's something kind of polemic, isn't it? Like, I kind of grew up thinking that I shouldn't eat more than like 2 or 3 eggs per day. But today it's not like that. Like, especially in other countries that are, let's say, American breakfast. People eat many eggs in American breakfast. And also in the healthy, not healthy, but like fitness. In the fitness universe, there are people that go for crazy egg diet. You know, they eat many eggs a day or something, and they don't kind of have problems after that. But I kind of use it to believe that I should only eat from 2 to 3 eggs per day at max, and then nothing would be bad about it, you know? But it's totally relative, right? They are served cold? Interesting. But yes, you kinda gotta have them a bit cold because when you are, I don't know, peeling them, like getting rid of the eggshell, if it is too hot, then you're going to burn your fingers, right? Do you ever put some chopped chives? What are chives? That's a new word. I like that word though. It sounds good, like chives. Oh, that's chives? Oh my god. Man, it sounds so great in English. Thank you, it's true, I just learned and loved a new word. When I made trays of them for work, chives, parsley leaves, you slice some olives, cayenne pepper, or cayenne, right? Cayenne pepper, smoked paprika, and you used a bunch of random garnishes and chive for sure. It does sound good. I think I would like the deviled eggs. But yeah, maybe the weirdest thing regarding eggs in Brazil are eggs on pizza. Or actually, let me show you something that can be a bit, let's say, I mean, it can be a bit terrifying to your eyes, but it's common in here. Yeah, I would also list this as one of the weirdest things regarding eggs in Brazil. And let me know what you think about it. I hope you can see it. That's pretty much a couscous that gets eggs, olives, peppers, onions, tomatoes, sometimes ham. In my opinion, it looks very bad, but it is somewhat common in here. Personally speaking, I'm not a fan. I prefer a more simple couscous than that. With eggs as well. Yes, I like. This is the couscous that I like. Only the couscous, milk, and egg. Very simple. But they are both separate. Yeah, this is my couscous. If you head to a hotel in here and then you are eating the hotel's breakfast, you have a chance of finding those two as an option for you to eat. Couscous is very popular in here. You're on the fence about that. I don't like the one that has all sorts of toppings, like the tomatoes, green peppers, onions. I think it goes on so many things together and it looks ugly. But the simple couscous with an egg, it's a sure thing for it to go. They have grits? What are grits? Are grits those tiny snacks or something? It's sounding familiar. Like the tiny potato snacks or something like that? Oh, never mind, never mind. We do have that in here, yes. It's like a creamy meal, right? We do have that, yes. I can't say that I tried it though. I can't remember trying it. That's another thing I could try. I can see myself giving it a shot. Next time I have the chance, I will go for it, yeah. Also, hey Bookmark, how are you today? Ultras cooks a couscous with dried fruits and nuts? Wait, I can't see it going well with nuts because they are both savory, but fruits? It's good with stews and stuff. How? Which fruits do you use? Like, I mean, tomato is a fruit, but what is this recipe, Ultras? Do you use something crazy like mango or something? We did get Angemon freaking finally, and then the chat decided that it was a good idea to turn him into a monkey. So now we have Etemon. Yeah, we got Etemon because of the item we had from the past, and I was just saving that item for a moment where my champion couldn't turn into a new ultimate. So basically, instead of like spending time with a champion that won't give me anything new, let's use the item and turn him into something new, you know? But I was surprised to see people wanting me to do that with Angemon, because like, you are making an angel a monkey? You know, I would be expecting people to have me to enjoy more time with Angemon and, you know, develop him. Nope, people are like, no, go for the monkey already. Here we are. Yeah, but if you stop to think about it, even though it sounds weird, it still makes sense on the Digimon world, right? Because that's how Digimon are. You have like a dog, and then it digivolves into, I don't know, a fish, or into a phoenix. Angel to monkey, that's it. Thank you so much. It was something that I wasn't sure if we would really be getting, but it finally happened. I was expecting very high standards for us to be getting that Digivolution, especially because we tried it so many times. And I was concerned if getting him a lot of happiness or giving him a lot of happiness would be enough. But it was enough, thank goodness. Because his discipline was not at the highest. And now I have been training Etemon so I can put him to the tournaments. And of course, after this short food talk, I'm hungry, especially because I know there is food ready for me downstairs. So what else do I need? Maybe I'll need more magic points, right? Because if he's using the Megalo Spark, he's going to spend those magic points a lot. Angemon was one of your first champions? Bookmark, you were so either lucky or you were really taking good care of your Digimon. Do you remember who was like your real first? So my mom baked a cake. I'm not sure which cake was it, but I'm hoping for carrot cake. But maybe it was a lime yogurt cake. She has been baking that as well, a lime yogurt cake. It was the first time I heard of it, but it does taste very good. And my father cooked some corn. So there is some corn on a cob downstairs. Okay, I will open that link, but I'm concerned about my computer today, so hopefully it doesn't do anything bad. Dried apricot, then cranberries and mint. So that's how Ultras prepares his couscous. Honestly, that sounds good. It's like a refreshing take on that. I would try this, yes, especially because I'm hungry, so I would be trying a lot of things too, but I can see myself trying that. But you know what this reminds me of? Hopefully I will pronounce this right. Quinoa? Yeah, I would say that I see those spices and something more refreshing or sweet going with quinoa more than couscous. Yes, at least that's my experience with quinoa. Game? Okay, let me do the thing again. Is it better? No. There we go. Let's go for more magic points. Are you done with that way exclusively? It's just one of the recipes, right? Yeah, if you gave me those ingredients, I would think on quinoa first. Although I'm not a big fan of quinoa, do you guys like quinoa? I think it's a bit overrated, but maybe I should try eating it more because it's super healthy, right? Oh, your pretty first was Numemon. Maybe that's like everybody's first, right? My first champion that was somewhat good was Mojamon. Yeah, we got Mojamon for the first. Do you guys want me to go check on that cake? I'm really hoping for it to be carrot cake. I could go there, get a slice, and then of course eat it, but I'm very curious. I wonder if it is the lime cake or the carrot cake. I would guess it's probably the lime cake, because making the carrot cake demands more effort, plus you need to work on the chocolate cover or the chocolate layer on top of it. Maybe my mom went just for the lime yogurt cake that you mix the yogurt with the dough and then that's it. I will go there and get a slice of the cake. I'll be right back. I always forget that my water bottle is next to me right here. But don't worry, it's closed. Okay, I'm back. So I do have some surprises in here. I should say that I got it half right. It is carrot cake. But I was saying that my mom won't do the chocolate cover because it's extra work, right? Yep, she did a carrot cake without the chocolate. But it's still looking and smelling very good. But it doesn't have the chocolate. And it maybe doesn't need it. But this is perfect because I have been craving exactly this cake. I was craving that so much lately. Yeah, it's still nice. I was surprised to not see it with the chocolate, but sure. It's still very good and it's quite moist. So your first good champion was Coelamon, and then you got a Frigimon. Why did we both started with like the water champions, right? It's super good, but I will save the other slides for after the stream. I don't know if eating the first slice will make me more hungry or less hungry, but yes, I will save the rest for later. Oh wait, the game is bad again? I think that probably many of you haven't had a carrot cake like this one, because Ultras pointed that out to me that there is a difference on the recipes. The carrot cake here in Brazil, it gets the carrots very mixed with the dough, so it's not like shredded like in the American recipes or Canadian recipes. So I imagine it also gets a different taste, or at least a little bit different taste. Because in here you can't even spot any carrot on the cake, right? Because it's really um, it really mixes with the dough and then it's not like on any bigger parts. There we go. So it's not only regarding the difference of the frosting and the chocolate. Let's get him to 3000 of MP, HP. I will confirm if he has 300 of the rest, but I think he has. Yeah, he has way more than that. Maybe 400 of the rest then. So, Bookmark, what did you have for dinner then? Did you have anything delicious? he come? You think we should go after him? When I was making that question earlier, nobody really felt like telling me to go after him. So I was planning to go to the tournaments actually. It just happened, your Coelamon. You spoiled it a lot. And then Frigimon was just pretty strong, but you think you were more or less lucky at the time? Yeah, I think I had to use an item to get Frigimon. I still couldn't get him naturally. But we did get Coelamon naturally. We got those items from Shogun Geckomon. Oh, you went to get some juice? You didn't hear it? Yeah, I was wondering if I should go after him or not. But then I didn't see anyone like saying that I should, and then I kinda went back to go to the tournament. But we could try finding him. Oh, you still haven't eaten dinner? You are recovering from a dance practice? Oh, you might be having some ramen. Okay, that sounds really great. Emily sent me a picture on Discord one of these days that she... I can't remember if she cooked the ramen herself or if she bought the ramen. But it was a ramen that had only toppings that I can see myself eating it. Because normally ramens will have something in there that I'm kinda like, I don't like that. So she surprised me to show me a ramen that had the ingredients that I liked. Mostly vegetables. And there was a piece of meat in there as well. Was it pork? Oh, he's finally here. But yes, it happened in the week, I think 2 weeks ago, when lots of people were talking about pasta in here, and then I was craving pasta. But thankfully, on the Saturday, when I was about to stream, I was able to cook myself my spaghetti, and then I kinda relieved that desire a little bit. But maybe now, Bookmark, you are starting it over again with this ramen idea. But I do hope you're having a delicious one. A super restore, I don't need that, Emojimon, come on. I don't have bits for that, rip me. Usually do yourself the veggies one. Actually, let me find the picture. It's still on Discord. I'm pretty sure it had meat. Was it bacon? Maybe it was bacon. Usually do veggies yourself. Once in a while add a soft boiled egg. That's another ramen that I can see myself eating. Yeah, look at this, it was bacon. Man, I'm eating pasta again. I can't resist that. It was one of the few times that I craved ramen. That thing cost like 10k to buy, rip. Can I sell it for 10k though? I will try selling it for 10k. Yeah, right, Bookmark. I'm now back to my hungry mode. But I'm so happy there is corn downstairs. and then I'll be spreading butter on it. Yes, I wanna sell the Super Restore. How much for it? No, we are keeping it. What about you, Alza? Do you remember your first good champions you got on this game? Besides Mojamon, I can't remember who was the other one I got. Let me check the list again. I think Vegemon was an early get, right? I would say Mojamon, Vegemon, and Coelamon were probably my first Digimon, or maybe Tyrannomon as well. And Dreamojamon too, I would say those 5. Half price, what a scam. Yeah, I'm not selling it for half price. The first time you played it, you were like 7 years old, you didn't know any Digimon, and you played it even before the anime, look at that. I wonder how could you, like, buy the game before the anime? Was it something your parents bought you without realizing, or were you already aware of, I don't know, the Digimon Tamagotchi? Maybe the Tyrannomon? I mean, for a kid, getting Tyrannomon sounds awesome. Oh, it's because of your cousin? And just because it was a cool game for us kids? Yeah. Very brutal choice, but it's still a very cool game. But I think there is something about being a kid and trying to beat hard games. I'm still so glad that I had friends that helped me to beat Mario RPG as a kid. And I had my sister to beat that game that I mentioned earlier, the Scooby-Doo one. I mean, the Scooby-Doo game was probably not that hard, but I mean, it was hard because they didn't know English, so as you need to investigate and stuff, that part of it was challenging, but if you find the items and play the mini games, you probably will be able to beat the game. But totally, it's a great memory to have, like the days you were with your friends or family trying to achieve something at a game. I also have memories of playing Bomberman 4 and the Tiny Toons Wild and Wacky Sports, Donkey Kong Country 3 with my neighbor, Super Mario Kart. I remember going to my friend's house to play Super Mario Kart. Mega Man 8, which was the game that Ultras beat today. I went to my friend's house to play that, and Sonic R. Sonic R is such a good game. Sonic R has reached that perfection level of like, you can be a trash, cheesy, and cringy game, but it still be awesome. Yeah, that's Sonic R in a few words. It's cheesy, it's cringy, it's like trashy, but it got to a level of balance that matches it and gives it the perfect status. Sonic R is so good. We didn't feel how brutal the game was, but it did take us months and months to beat. That's me, my friends, and Mario RPG. And we were helping each other every time we discovered a new thing. I now kinda feel bad for not like playing lots of Zelda with my friends as a kid, you know. Maybe if only I was trying with my friends to play A Link to the Past, I would not be traumatized by it. But I can only remember playing it myself and then I couldn't really progress on the game. Now I kinda wish I could be playing A Link to the Past with my friends and then maybe could accomplish some more progression on it. You also didn't know English at all, yeah. So every single thing was just trial and error. It's funny that now that we learned English, I can't remember how did it feel when I didn't know English, you know? Like those memories, I know they happened, but I forgot the feeling of like playing a game without understanding English at all. I mean, if I put a Japanese game here, I would feel like the same. But isn't it crazy how hard it feels like when you're playing a game that's on a language you don't understand? But still, as a kids or as kids, we managed to get so far on those games and even beat them. Man, kids are freaking awesome. Come on. Kids are super smart. If I started playing a Japanese game here now, I would be like struggling so much, but maybe as a kid I would be patient and I would be noticing noticing beyond the words, you know, noticing the game beyond the words. Like instead of the frustration of not understanding what it said, I would be paying more attention to the details that could point me to what I need to do. I don't know, but it is crazy how much we accomplish as kids. A lot of Digimon we recruit, they ask you to do something for them. Yeah. Like Vegemon, for example. Exactly, it is complicated. But today, it still shocks me that some games, like Pokemon games, not all of them of course, for example Pokemon Go is in Portuguese, but it still shocks me that even with all of the technology we have today, and the translation we can have today too, some games still don't have a good variety of languages. Because if only they had, then kids wouldn't be struggling that much when they are playing them. I mean, For a part of it, it's a good thing because then kids will need to be, I don't know, extra smart for them to understand the game, and then maybe they can learn the language like it happened to me a little bit. So there is a good side of it, but I don't know, I think that most kids would get somewhat sad because they can't really understand what the game wants them to do, you know? As I don't see myself using the blue flute anytime soon, I may deposit that. Although I don't have a lot of restores, so that can be dangerous. You agree with that? Yeah, I think that most people would want the games to be translated to their languages instead of keeping the way they are. Yeah, but I think that today there are ways, you know. Of course, paying a translator to do it would like be the best, but even the translation that you can find for free is not that horrible. But they would profit a lot after they are selling the games, yeah. A thousand or two to translate it won't hurt them at all, exactly, and then they would probably be even more successful in the other countries. For example, Brazil. Brazil has so many people interested in video games. If the games were in Portuguese, come on, it's a big market, even though there are the taxes and stuff, but it's still a big market. Also, hello Roy, how are you? I got Etemon without spoilers or guide. I got him because of a banana. if it were not for that banana we got, he has like a Digivolutionary item. And because we bought that item from him in one of these days, we got him. But Digivolving him normally, after I got him, I kinda asked the chat how would that be like. It felt impossible. So thank goodness we got that golden banana. But this game has been translated a lot. I wonder, how was when this game was released like. If you guys, some of you could have played it in Japanese, or when you played it, was it already in English? Yeah, we found a golden banana, a Digivolutionary item, and then we used it. Today has been a fantastic day, by the way. We were able to get Angemon for the first time, and then the chat decided that we should use the banana on Angemon, which was a weird choice, but for completing the Digimon charting here, we go for it. Let me show you the progression so far. This is now the post-game, or at least I refer to it as the post-game, because there are still things left for us to be doing, but as I beat the boss and I watch the credits, it's post-game to me. We completed File City, we got all of the cards, we are working on the attacks in here. I'm missing that attack and this one. This last mech attack, I believe I can get it if I teach my Digimon the brains. And this one right here, it's either by giving them more brains or fighting Tentomon, because I think I know which attack is that one. I think it's the crazy mechanical bug attack, and Tentomon has it, but I still need to get someone that learns it. And my chart is missing 8 Digimon now, 4 champions and 4 ultimates. Yeah, with Angemon today and also Etemon down there, we are missing 4 and 4. So we are working on those 4 ultimates, 4 champions, and 2 attacks. And now I may go after Analog Man, because it seems that he returned to somewhere in File City. Not File City, somewhere to Digimon World. So I gotta try to see if I can find him. Oh, you're from Germany? Wie geht's? And your game is in German? Yeah, you see there are also the other translations. By the way, have you seen if there is a... No, I haven't checked that, even though I kinda consider that. When I was going to Digivolve Angemon, I was like, where should I do that? I considered doing that in front of Etemon, but in the end I did that in front of Monzaimon's custom. Sure, I could try that. Yeah, we are very far. Let me show you how many hours we have been stuck in this parallel universe. Look at that beautiful number, 235 hours and 46 minutes of frustration, but sometimes victory. Yeah, and we still lost one of our levels. We got to get that level back, so we can be the master of Digimon tamers out there. But we lost it because of using Devimon's items. Yeah, Devimon ruined it, but hopefully we can get back to it. And I have 4 medals, but I'm not going for all of them, especially because I don't know what they are for. So yeah, the more I get, the better, but I will stop the game before getting all of those medals. It's like almost a 100% run, but not really. But German is one of the 5 to 10 main languages developers do. That's true. It's because it's also very unique, right? But what about the minority languages? There are still other 50 plus, yeah. But isn't it crazy that, for example, there are less people in Germany than Brazil, but the developers translate the game to German but not to Portuguese, like... I mean, I understand that maybe not many Brazilians, like not every Brazilian would be buying the game, but there are many gamers in here that they are missing out. So come on, please give us more Portuguese games. It's getting there, but some franchises like Pokemon and also some companies like Nintendo, they need to hire more translators or Portuguese translators. Sony and Xbox, I think they're doing a good job already. Yeah, maybe that's why so many people here have those 2 consoles more than the Switch. But yeah, Nintendo is a bit behind on Portuguese translations at least. So Roy, have you played this as a kid? How's your story about this game? We were talking about our childhood experiences with Digimon World, or actually not my experience because this is my first time playing it, but when people were playing it for the first time, like which Digimon they got as their first good champion besides Numemon, because Numemon is like your first result for everybody. It's universal, we can't argue about that. But yes, how was like your memories about this game, and do you know which champions did you get the first? In my case, I think it was Mojamon and Vegemon. Maybe Tyrannomon as a third. Okay, let me go for more magic points. Okay, so while we are reaching those stats that I'm looking for, and as we will be going after Analog Man again, where would he be located at? Actually, never mind, I will go to Factory City first, or Factorial City, right? First, because I gotta check the Gardramon thing. And then where could Analog Man be at? I would guess either the fortress, because that fortress is now empty and I think it's a good hideout. Maybe the island that we found Ogremon. Not the island, it was like a secret cave where we found Ogremon. Maybe that's now a good spot for a hideout. I could also guess the Saber Leomon place because it looks like important. So those are my ideas so far. You know something that I should do? I should talk again to Cherrymon. Yes, I think I should go and talk to Cherrymon again to see if he has new things to say or if he can tell us more details about what happened in this plot. Oh, you're heading out, Ritsuru? Alright, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a great week, have a great night, and take care. I may not be streaming for that much as well. Maybe for an hour more, because I still wanna go watch another episode of VICTORY. And otherwise it's going to be super late for me. How old are you now? 10 years old? Okay, maybe I should consider going for him soon, before he gets much, like, older. I gotta bring up a reference in here, but I doubt somebody in the chat will get my reference, but it's fine. I just wanna say it because it's like pushing my triggers or my buttons. When Etemon makes that noise, I get flashbacks of Paper Mario 64. Because of the 5th chapter, which is the Yoshi's Island chapter, the forest in that game makes the same noise. And by the way, Paper Mario 64 it's a fantastic game, so play that if you haven't. People may prefer the sequel, but I prefer the original. It has a very nostalgic feel to it. Oh, before I leave... Oh, you watched Oxygen? You would give it 8 out of 10. To be honest, considering it is a Netflix movie, and in my opinion, many Netflix movies are disappointing, that's a high score, so I will totally try to watch it as well. I wonder, and I'm not surprised it's not like life-changing, but I'm curious regarding the experience, like the claustrophobia of it, or like the, you know, the mystery. The movie critic that told me about the movie, he told me to like turn off the lights, be in a locked room, and try to feel what the character is feeling in her, in the movie, right? So I'm curious more regarding the experience than, I don't know, something life-changing did. But good to know. I will try watching it soon, and then I will also tell you my impressions of it. More exploring? Yes, I gotta do that soon, or Etemon is dead. It is a French movie? Okay, I didn't know that. Sure, I will then watch it in original French for sure as well, with subs. I didn't know it was a French movie. Let me go shopping or maybe checking my bank, although I don't know if I have good items in there. And then we explore. What I really needed were more restores. Okay, so it is French then. It's going to be interesting. The last French movie I watched was very disturbing. It was Joe Dancing that recommended it to me. It's a movie called Climax. It's by a very polemic movie director called Gaspar Noé. I hope I pronounced his name right, I'm not sure. Yeah, Climax was very disturbing. It was also on Netflix. Alright, Ritsuru, take care, man. Have a good night. The original dub is always the best. I agree. My only exception for that is towards some very old animes that were aired in Brazil. The Brazilian dub to them were great. To some very old animes, today I would rather watch the original language and the original dub. But if I'm going back in time to watch the cartoons or animes I watched as a kid, I would prefer watching them with the Brazilian dub because they were so well done. So I have... Maybe I should use those items, right? Since I don't have many restores, I can try buffing my Digimon in case I have to fight Analog Man or something. I do have a couple restores. Okay, we are not that dead. Give us two of those. A defense disc. Omni disc. All dubs were better than Japanese for old anime, to be honest. I mean, now I can't really give an opinion because most old animes I watched were in the Portuguese dub, so... But I have watched the original dub for Dragon Ball, and by the way, the original Dragon Ball is way better than any censored Dragon Ball you can get. And I did not hate the dubbing there, I thought it was okay. They sound weird in Japanese, I don't know, I got used to it. Did I deposit the flute? Now I have. More floppies. Do I have money for that though? Yeah, but I need to buy the floppies. You do not like the Japanese Dragon Ball? I mean, the Portuguese dub for it was great as well. But it is a complete different show if you watch it uncensored, and that's why I liked it more. Well, here we goes. Let's try to explore a little bit. We are going back to Factorio City. I should just take one, right? Then I'm curious about Cherrymon as well. Oh yes, Saburo told me to talk to Etemon. Are you guys ready for this family reunion? Hey you! What do you mean, why are you here? Hey Ern! When I tried to make my own harem in the city, I was kicked out. And that's it. But I wanted to test that out as well. But let's go check that hideout in the cave. And then we go to Factorial City. Let me also sort my items. Why was Digitamon's evolutionary item in here, you know? Okay, Analog Man is not in here, but as we found Digitamon's item in here, it could be fitting for Analog Man to be here, since Digitamon was found at the bottom of Mount Infinity. But yeah, he's not in here. So we're saying that it seems that only Bakemon has an interaction with another one of his kind. Yeah, so far I think so. Which is a bit sad, it's not like Chrono Cross, right? Where lots of crazy dialogues could happen depending on your party members. But it's always good to test that out because maybe someday, or at some times, we can find one secret dialogue or something like that. Okay, now to Factorial City. I really hope we don't waste a lot of our items in here because we don't have money. But I can see many of those enemies in the factory fighting us. Oh my god, seriously? Are these guys easy to kill? Are you any faster now, Etemon? Please be faster. I will try making the game a little bit better, but I don't know if it's going to work. No, I don't think it worked. A confusion, seriously. Well, at least we are not taking a lot of damage. And maybe this time we can finally see his finisher. Oh no, not the poisoning, come on. Yeah, I will not be able to heal him from that though. freaking kidding me? Platinum, so come on. Poisoning and confusion? And paralysis. How depressing is this? Okay, let's not miss the finisher. Nice. Dark Network, go! Show them what a confused, poisoned, and paralyzed monkey can do with his voice. Now he's posing as dead. Not at all, we need to beat you until you turn into bits. White Poop is harder than Analog Man. It seems so because of his status effects. One thing for sure though, the team that worked on the Digimon animations, because Etemon is showing his how was that called again? I forgot, but he was showing his I forgot the name of the best attack of this game. Megalo Spark. He was throwing his Megalo Spark just like he throws his Dark Network in the anime. So for that, the developing team of this game, GG. Damn, was that AoE finisher? That's true, wasn't it? It was an AoE finisher. Should we talk to Angemon in here? I would talk to Angemon. What if he has news? Let me check the sewers as well. I love RPGs that have sewers. I may be the only crazy person in the world that likes to see sewers in video games. But it's because of a tradition. A tradition that should never be broken. If I were a boss in Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft, and then I was like hiring people to develop a game or an RPG per se, and the person puts on their, I don't know, on their documents, I'm not sure how to say them in English, curriculum, I think it's the same word as in Portuguese actually. If they put on their curriculum that their games will have sewers, they are instantly hired. Instantly hired. That's that tiny information or tiny bit of information that makes a big difference. It's that tiny detail that changes it all. This monkey uses poop attacks but don't like this. Oh yeah, it's because he likes to be fancy, you know, so he prefers being at classy and... yeah, classy locations, luxurious locations. Sewers are not luxurious, even though they have my respect. So, Angemon, do you have news? It's all cool here, good luck. Thanks for the great help. With that response, I think no Digimon will help me to find Analog Man. Ah, Angemon, Angemon. And Numemon. Ole! Okay, we made it to the factory. Leave me alone, Platinum Poop. Now there goes, or there comes, the hardest enemy to avoid on this place. Oh, it's a Numemon? Maybe I can do it. I couldn't. So, as long as you don't get poisoned, we may be alright. Now you need the floppies. I really hope I can figure what's going on my computer for next weekend. At least for the overworld exploration it's doing okay, but for the fight... Wait, don't attack now. Never mind. I was almost getting to the finisher, so I wanted to save some MPs. Too late. Yata! At least we're getting the bits back. And we reached the room, right? So... Gardromon. Here we are with another Digimon. Is that what you want? That's not what he's looking for. So back to File City because this place is hard to get out of it. And then I should buy more floppies. And since I'm back here, I can try getting more meat, right? Oh, never mind. Question. Do you think it's going to be hard for me to find Analog Man or not? Because if it is going to be hard, I will save it for next weekend, because first, it's getting late, second, the computer is in the way it is, so maybe in case it gets better for next Sunday, we could have a better experience with this. Actually, I think that's a better idea. Because imagine if there is a lot to do with Analog Man when we find him. And then the computer is like super slow and laggy. It's a turn off, you know? And we accomplished a lot already today, so it's a tough question. I think we should save this for next Sunday with the hopes of a good working computer. Yes, I now kinda don't wanna have this important fight like this. So alright, we'll be completing Etemon's cycle. Sabri is saying that it's either easy and hard because you cannot predict where he is. Yeah, it's going to be a Where is Waldo game, right? It's lucky based, yeah. It's not hard to find, but you kinda need to, I don't know, it's hard to predict where he is, or he may be on the opposite side of where I'm going for. Yeah. But I will save that for next Sunday because I want to get my computer and this game working alright, right? I hope I can figure something out of that. But anyway guys, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm sorry for the quality drop, but I don't know what it was about. And that's it. I'll be going for some carrot cake and corn and maybe some lime juice. So I wish you all a good night and have a great week as well. Stay safe and goodbye.